And I am Wakay Agoncillo, and we will be your hosts for today. First of all, I would like to say that I hope everyone is doing well given our current situation. And secondly, I hope that all of you have a wonderful experience here in STIES 12 with the theme Recalibrate, Configuring Industries, Programming the Future Towards Advanced Engineering.
Tama ka dyan, partner. Sana mag-enjoy silang lahat today. So, how is everyone doing right now ba? Are you all excited for what we have in store for today? Naku,
Right.
marami yan. So, expect expect all
Uh,
the good things. So,
dapat lang partner. So I certainly hope so. And the 12 styles is just about to get started, so make sure to grab your drinks with you, stay hydrated, and get ready for the event.
so with that settled, it is time to introduce all of the schools present here today. So, are you guys ready? Dapat lang. Feel free to express your thoughts and cheer for your respective schools in the comment section.
So now, let's give it up for
Batangas State University, Alangilan.
woo,
Cheer
Cavite
kayo!
State
Yay!
University,
Colegio de San Juan de Letuan, Calamba.
De La Salle pa,
De La Salle University, Dasmariñas.
Eastern Visayas State University,
Lyceum of the Philippines, University, Laguna.
the National College of Science and Technology, Dasmariñas,
Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Vinyan.
Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Santa Rosa,
Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Santo Tomas.
Rizal Technological University,
St. Louis University.
Southern Luzon State University,
St. Anne College Lucena, Incorporated.
Manuel S. Enverga University Foundation,
Columban College, Olongapo City.
Westmead International School,
Colegio de San Juan de Letuan, Manila.
and last but not the least, University of the Philippines, Los Baños.
Wow! Oh my God, partner, there are certainly a lot of schools, and I'm glad that all of you are actively participating in our event today.
Yeah, same here. I can feel the energy from the cheering in the comment section, and I hope all of us will be able to enjoy and learn from this seminar.
And without further ado, let us officially start this event.
For the opening remarks, may we call on Dr. Myra G. Borines, the officer in charge, Dean of the College of Engineering, Agro-Industrial Technology, UPLB, to formally welcome you all.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this event. A warm welcome to the guest speakers, faculty, and student participants of the 12th installment of the Southern Tagalog Industrial Engineering Seminar. Before anything else, we at the College of Engineering and Agro-Industrial Technology of UP Los Baños would like to commend the efforts of the UPLB Industrial Engineering Students Organization for being consistent with their mission in holding this annual event, and now with this year's theme, Recalibrate, Configuring Industries, Programming the Future Towards Advanced Engineering. So I'm happy to note that last year, we were not able to hold student activities, but I'm happy that the student organizations of our college is now conducting this very relevant activity. So one of the missions of the college is to advance the frontier of knowledge in engineering and generate technologies in support of the agro-industrial trust of the country. We believe that through the STIES installments, we will be able to cultivate a deeper understanding and appreciation of the industrial engineering field, and that you could be a fountain of interest in your own community. Moreover, we hope that we will be able to look on more ways on how we can advance the field of industrial engineering through different methodologies and processes while we are amid and post-pandemic industries. We believe that this event will be fruitful and helpful in your careers in the future. Again, welcome everyone and enjoy this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Varines. And on behalf of UPLB ISO, we welcome you all as well. Now, let us start this event by assigning all the participants into the breakout rooms.
Please wait patiently for you to be assigned to your respective breakout rooms, and please follow the guidelines once inside. Thank you all. Have fun. So, partner, kamusta ka naman?
Oo nga, while waiting for the, bago kayo makapasok sa breakout room. So, kamusta naman? Okay naman ako. Kayo ba?
Hanap tayo dito sa
Magtanong
participants
tayo.
kung sinong pwede.
Mauna ka na, Kuya Juan, mamili. Dali. Sino ang una nating
Sobrang daming participants, ang hirap.
Kaya nga namin. Nakakatuwa.
Start tayo kay Flory May Piok from CVSU. Are you there po?
Hello po.
And
hello po.
Good afternoon po. So,
good afternoon po.
So how are you feeling about this event?
Bago lang po sa akin to, so excited po ako anong tutunan ko po dito. Yun lang po.
Tama. Madami ka talagang matutunan dito.
Totoo lang. Actually, first ties din namin. So, it's a new experience for many of us. So, excited talaga kaming lahat. So, tawag naman tayo from our participants. Si Miss Bea May. Hello po, Miss Bea May from, oh my God. Bea May. Miss Bea May Karaan from PUP Santo Tomas. Are you there po ba? Oh, it seems like Miss Bea May is not around pa. So, Kuya Waki, ikaw, wala ka bang nakikita dyan?
Sobrang dami kasi participants. It's a very welcome surprise. So yeah, next participant, I would like to call on si Trisha May Molina from PUPBC.
Ibahin naman natin yung tanong.
Yes po. Miss Trisha May Molina, andyan po ba kayo?
Hello po.
Hello po.
Hello, good afternoon.
Ibahin naman natin yung tanong. Ano bang magandang tanong for today? So, paano ka naman nag-prepare for today? Maaga ka ba nagising? Ganon. Anong ginawa ang preparation?
May mga tinapos po munang schoolworks bago umattend sa STIES. Pero ready na po ngayon. Thank you po.
And I hope that everyone is prioritizing their school.
Totoo. Sino ba?
Next participant naman, partner.
Hindi, hanap tayo. Si Mr. John Michael Riola from CVSU. Are you there po ba? Mr. John Michael? Lahat ng tinatawag ko, wala. Sige, take 2.
Ako po.
Ayan. Sige, kuya. Mr. Dan Briggs?
Opo.
Anong gusto mong tanong? Kuya Waki, pili ka naman sa akin.
First lang, can you request to open your camera po? Yan. Thank you po, sir. So, question. Kumusta naman po kayo ngayon?
Mabuti naman po. Sa kalagayan po natin ngayon is totally mahirap po. Kasi hindi po siya yung typical seminar na talagang pinaghahandaan natin. So, alam ko sa loob ng 527 na participants is meron dyan mahina internet pero pinakaya pa rin nila. And I thank you po.
Well said. Oh my God. Totoo naman na technical difficulties is inevitable. So, hanap naman tayo sa UPLB. Hanap tayo.
Ito, may nakita ako
Oh?
from UPLB.
Dali.
Guys,
No.
si Mr. Redentor Carreos. Yun po. Mr. Carreos, andyan po ba kayo?
Nandito po.
We request po to on your camera. Thank you.
Kailangan po.
Yan. Good afternoon po. So, ask ko lang, have you been to previous STIES before?
Oo naman.
So,
bago mag-lockdown na ako naman.
tama. And what do you expect po from this webinar?
Siguro mas maraming matututunan kasi para makita ko mas maraming speaker na magto-talk na. Yun.
Tama. We have, how many speakers do we have, partner?
I think 6. For may 4 kasi na breakout rooms. Then, may 2 tayong speakers for the main one.
Yan, tama.
So, abangan nyo yun.
Tama. So, ito na nga ang mga breakout rooms. So, you will find out kung sinong speaker ang naka-assign sa inyo or kilala nyo na siya. Yan.
You may now proceed.
You may now proceed na.
Yes, you may now proceed na.
Ayan,
So,
okay. So, thank you,
you may now
guys.
proceed to your breakout room. So, balik kami mamaya. Bye-bye!
Hello, Renard the host. I think you're muted, aren't you? There you are.
Hello po, sir.
Hi, sir. Sobrang nakakatanda. Good afternoon. Yeah, hello. How are you? How's everyone?
Good lang po, sir. Very excited po to hear your talk. Thank you, sir, po sa ating mga participants.
All right, thank you. Okay, so how should we do this? I know I have 30 minutes for the actual discussion or the talk and then 15 minutes for questions. So I will do my best to keep with the time. Yeah, I know it's a little bit different this year because we are all virtual. I know the previous STIs were all, physical in Dial Umali Hall. So I hope you all try to bear with me if there's any difficulty in trying to understand what I'm saying. So hosts, please raise to my attention if the audio is breaking out or if there's any issue that you see. But yeah, I think we should be fine. So how should I do this? I think, should I share my screen so I could directly control the PowerPoint?
Yes, sir. Pero mamaya pa po. After
all right. Okay. All right.
Thank you po, sir.
Thank you po, sir. So yes, to begin the program for this breakout room, let's first watch the AVPs from our sponsors.
How you like that?
Good day, everyone. This breakout room is assigned for every participant who chose the topic Business Process Optimization and Digital Transformation right on the registration period from March 15 to April 15. Should you have any concerns, you may send a message to our ushers from your group chats in Facebook Messenger for assistance. Let it be known that the flow of this breakout session would be the following. So first, we would start with the introduction of the speaker, then the speaker's talk itself. It will be followed by the question and answer using Slido, and it would end with the awarding of the certificates.
The breakout session may take long. You can eat, drink, or take a restroom break during the advertisement presentation. Please be reminded to turn off your camera and your microphone throughout the session to avoid unnecessary disturbances. Also, kindly set your view to gallery view and hide non-breakout room participants to properly focus on the speaker. Lastly, have fun learning with Southern Tagalog Industrial Engineering Seminar. Padayon, inhinyero at inhinyera.
So you may now take this time to go attend to your personal needs while we will have another run through of the sponsors for our event.
How you like that? You gon' like that? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. How you like that? Bada bing, bada boom, boom, boom. How you like that? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Now, look at you, now look at me. Look at you, now look at me. How you like that? Now.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all had your lunch today. Welcome to the next segment of our program. It's a pleasure to have all of you here today on the long-awaited 12 Southern Tagalog Industrial Engineering Seminar. I am very much excited to learn more about business process optimization and digital transformation.
Well, indeed, partner. Especially now that we're in the pandemic, business process optimization has become more relevant. And actually, I am also curious about the logistics and supply chain industry. And for that, I can't wait to hear more from our speaker today.
Same here, Jekka. All right. I know that our delegates for today are just as excited as we are. But before I forget, let me introduce my lovely and absolutely stunning co-host for today, Miss Angelica Liwanag.
And of course, let me also introduce my wonderful and dashing co-host, Mr. Renard Del Mundo. And as we unleash our full potential in recalibrating our systems of innovation, let us not forget to thank our sponsors and partners for this massive event. The 12th Southern Tagalog Industrial Engineering Seminar, STIES12 by University of the Philippines, Los Baños Industrial Engineering Students Organization, in partnership with the Department of Industrial Engineering, UPLB.
Bercy, Dei Gracia, by the grace of God.
Ask Lex PH Academy. Let's continue to be #significantly better together.
Farmbox, buy a box, help a farmer.
IXL CIE Review, the first and the most comprehensive CIE review in Calabarzon.
Kim Pao, making every dish kimchi-licious.
Cozy, minimize dents and scratches with a Cozy.
Facundos, stay alive, stay awake with Facundos cold brew on a hot day.
The Dough District, baked fresh daily.
Let's also acknowledge the alumni sponsors of UPLB ISO who supported us right from the beginning up to this moment. Brothers Ashton and Rigel Dizon,
Hazel Aguila,
Anjed Roque,
JM Saballero,
Karina Maghirang.
Andre Jan Cardenio.
Our media partners for this event got our audiences with every step of the way. Let us welcome them. The Post, the Philippine Online Student Tambayan. Visit their website at www.thepost.net.ph. Astig PH and Tech Kuya.
And of course, our organization partners who help us throughout the process. UPSES, University of the Philippines Civil Engineering Society.
UP Silakbo.
PIIE PUP SRC, Philippine Institute of Industrial Engineers, PUP Santa Rosa Campus.
PIIE PUP BSC, Philippine Institute of Industrial Engineers, PUP Binyan Student Chapter.
PIIE SLSU, Philippine Institute of Industrial Engineers, Southern Luzon State University Student Chapter.
Wire Underground of UPLB.
PIIE CAVSU, Philippine Institute of Industrial Engineers, Cavite State University Student Chapter.
WISES, Young Software Engineer Society.
And UPPC, UP Painters Club. Okay, with that out of the way, Nard, I want to ask you something. Have you ever tried running a business recently or way back?
Well, to be honest, not really. Although I just want to share with you, my friend in senior high school, along with his mother, have been running a milk tea store for the past couple of years. And even though the pandemic struck, they were able to stay afloat by going online with their business. It's not as prosperous, but it's enough to keep them going.
Well, that's nice, and I think everyone here can agree and relate to that because, businesses, whether big or small, they need to improve and adapt, especially now with the pandemic severely affecting them, which makes the topic of our speaker all the more relevant. So, to formally introduce our speaker for the topic, Business Process Optimization and Digital Transformation, He is 33 years young and married with 4 children. He is currently based in New York City. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in industrial engineering at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños in 2010.
He has 11 years of experience in the shipping and logistics industry, Philippines, Singapore, and the USA. His recent speaking engagements involve Career Talk, University of Santo Tomas, BSIE Class of 2019, and Logistics in Singapore, Massachusetts Maritime Academy 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a very warm welcome and virtual round of applause to Mr. Ronald Pelo Fontanillas.
Thank you very much, Renard and Jekka, for that wonderful introduction. Again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ronald, or you can call me Ron. Pardon me for some communication issues. As you know, we are quite very far from each other. I am currently seated in New York City, and it's currently 1:45 in the morning for me. But I shall do my best to be as clear and as concise when I speak to all of you. Yeah? So let me start by sharing my screen. There you are. Yep. Please let me know if you can see it.
Yes po.
Kita pa, sir.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay, so my segment is business process optimization and digital transformation for the supply chain and logistics industry. So as I think there are a lot of things behind supply chain and logistics as it is, right? Before I speak more about that, let me just first give you a little bit of insight on where I work and what I do. So I work for a company that's called Schenker. It is a freight forwarding, shipping, and logistics company that's based in Europe with its head office, and we do have regional offices. So we also have like a country office in the Philippines. It's, I think, situated somewhere in Parañaque. We have several business units. We cover land transport, the actual trucks or rail. We have ocean freights and air freights, and we also have contract logistics, which is, I apologize for that. Yeah. So contract logistics is the warehousing and everything that goes inside that. So we cover all of those. Right, so I work specifically for the ocean freight business unit. So I take care of ocean freight or, shipping via maritime vessels. I currently am seated in what we call Region Americas office. So I take care of this part of our company. I handle operations for North America and Latin America. So that's a total of 10 countries. North America is US and Canada. Latin America is Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, and the rest of those. And we also have a presence in Europe, in Asia, and in the Middle East and Africa. Right. So let's start with defining first. Sorry. What is supply chain, logistics, and transportation? Right. So I know all of you are students, and most likely you have seen these terms before. But what's the difference between these terms is the most important thing to understand. So supply chain is. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Zoom is super sensitive with mouse clicks. But yeah. So supply chain is the biggest part of this. It's the biggest umbrella. It is the movement across the entire value chain, meaning from the source, so from your raw materials towards the end customer. So people who consume it in their homes or businesses that consume whatever the product is. That's the full thing. Logistics is intra or the operations within a certain segment of the supply chain. So the supply chain composes of, like, if you just take a look at this photo here, you will have some form of land transport, like, for example, from the farm to the distribution mills. You'd need to truck those materials. Then you'd need to load them to a ship or to an airplane to transport them, say, for example, from Luzon to Mindanao, or vice versa, right? Mindanao to Luzon. Then once it comes to Luzon, to either a port or an airport, it again needs trucking towards your supermarkets, your malls, or even directly to the customers. Right? Logistics is the entire, let's just say, activities within those nodes, within those segments. Right? And transportation is basically the actual movement of goods in between these nodes. So you can treat transportation to be the smallest portion, and then supply chain to be the whole thing. Right. So when we say supply chain, what does it exactly cover, right? So end to end. This is not 100% covering everything, but this gives you a very, very clear overview on what's involved, right? So you would have, of course, your sources, your raw materials, and then again, your end customers is either a direct consumer like us at our homes, or maybe businesses when they need, I don't know, equipment or end products that are going to be consumed by the business itself. So in between that, you need a lot of things. There's materials planning, production, sales and operations, and demand. So you need to, of course, match. I mean, supply chain covers your supply and demand. So the both of them need to match in order for your supply chain to move flawlessly. You have international and domestic transportation. Inbound cross-docking is just if you need to switch from trucking to rail to ocean freight. Lean manufacturing, as you all know, if you are manufacturing something, then you need to convert raw materials into the end products, and so on and so forth, right? And until the end. So now, why is this important to go through, right? Because when you say business process optimization, the key is, in those words, right? Process and optimization. Optimization means improving something, right? Or converting something to be a better version of itself. One must understand that you cannot optimize something which you do not fully understand or which you do not have a full grasp of the process. Right? So for people like me who work in business process optimization, we always start with the process. What's our standard process, right? What is it that we need to do from A to Z? When we say, hey, we need to move cargo or we need to move materials from here to there, what does that exactly mean, right? So think about yourselves today, guys. I mean, you guys are very young. You live in a very different time. Now it's very easy to buy things and have it delivered to your homes, right? So when you click that purchase button, sorry, you don't have an Amazon, right? So here I have Amazon. I think maybe your closest counterpart would be Lazada. So in Amazon, we have literally same day delivery, or 2-day delivery is the standard, but I have same day delivery. I go to the website, I say, hey, I need eggs or bottled water, right? I make my purchase, pay with a credit card, and in 4 hours, it's in my doorstep, right? So how does that happen? How does that exactly come to me from wherever Amazon gets it, right? It's a lot of these things, right? So, it comes from somewhere. It comes from, some supplier that went to a distribution center, that went to a trucking center towards your home, right? Then, okay, so yeah. So just to preface the next slides, right? So again, as I said, business process optimization, it always starts with your processes, identifying standard processes, and then trying to optimize it, right? Or improving things. But then you have to ask yourself, okay, how do I optimize things, right? Do I just look at something and then, suddenly I'll have an idea on what to do? Or is there guides and tools somewhere? So as industrial engineers, and I'm not sure what levels of education you guys already are. I would just assume some of you might be freshmen and some of you might be seniors, but I think you might have heard of some of the tools that we have, right? Like Six Sigma, or to Pareto's or the likes. There's a lot. You'll go through that in your subjects, and I'll touch base on some of those here. Okay. So when we want to improve something, then we need to have sort of a process and tools behind it. Sorry, give me 1 second. I accidentally drew something on my slides, and I'm trying to figure out how to remove it. Why do I have a line in my slides? Give me a second. I need to fix this. So I'm pausing my share. There you go. I think my age shows with this difficulty with Zoom. So I apologize for that. There you go. Okay. So going back. So how do we approach optimization? So again, you look at our processes, and then we employ a certain set of tools and certain set of processes to tackle that. So for us in our company, we have something that's called flawless execution, or FLEX. As companies like to have their own acronyms with things. But basically, this is a slew of industrial engineering tools, as you can see. So you have here, mainly we use Six Sigma, POP, and 5S. I think you most likely have heard, if not all of these, at least one of them being industrial engineers. So why do we have these three sets of tools? It really depends on the level of complexity that we want to tackle and the nature of the issue that we want to go in and optimize, or go in and try to solve, right? So we would use Six Sigma for our most complex optimization projects. POP would be used for some of those what we call low-hanging fruits, or the easier projects. And 5S is mostly it's also low-hanging fruits, but more of things that you do on a daily basis. It's not really projects, but just, hey, with whatever processes that we are doing on a daily basis, what are the things that we need to do to ensure that they are top of the line, right? That you are ensuring a high standard of output with whatever it is that you do on a daily basis. Right. So we have several things that goes behind those tool sets, those approaches, I would say. So these are the approach, and these are the tools, right? So when you say, okay, Six Sigma and POP and 5S, what are those exactly that you use to tackle them, right? And I can't go through all of these with the time frame that we have, so I'll really just go over them very, very quickly as an overview, right? And I, again, am drawing lines here, which I shouldn't do. Right. So yeah, so for Six Sigma, we use DMAIC, right? The E here for us. So DMAIC, as you know, is your define, your measure, and so on and so forth. The E here, we added that, is it's specific to us, and it stands for ensure sustainability, right? Because embarking on a process improvement project, you definitely will go from here to here, right? In terms of output, or in terms of a process standard. However, most of the time in practical application, people go back down because, for example, we embark on a 6-month project, like a black belt project, right? You've went up from, like, say, 80% data quality to 90% data quality, right? That's great, right? You hit your project objectives of improving a specific process. However, the trouble with that is sometimes when people move ahead with different projects, or even when people left, those projects tend to fail down, right? So we also added putting emphasis in ensuring that whatever projects we embark on would be sustainable, right? Some of the key tools as well that we use would be, well, aside from that, you have, I won't go through everything, right? I'll just highlight those important ones. And I think the second one is very important, voice of the customer. So when we take a look at our processes. So I'll just say, for example, I'll just pick one, like in ocean freight with in the shipping and logistics industry, you usually move cargo from a business to the port. So for example, in Manila, your port in Manila, and then you load it there, right? Then when you start thinking, okay, how do I even start thinking what I can improve or optimize, right? This is super important for that voice of the customer, meaning, you take an approach where you check with your customers, and with customers that's internal and external. So the external customers, actually those ones who purchase, the service from us, and even our internal customers. So as I said, if we move cargo from a business and then somewhere else in another part of the Philippines. So we have internal customers such as truckers, warehousing managers, port operators, right? We need to discuss with them and ask them, hey, is there something wrong, right? Is there something that you'd like to see better? Or is there an area in what we do that's not meeting expectations, right? Very simple, right? It's just asking, for example, I think you guys have families, for example, right? At home, if your brother or your mother or your father is suddenly upset one day, what do, right? You ask them what's wrong, right? You don't just assume that, for example, if your mom is grumpy today, you just don't assume that, hey, maybe if I do this, she's gonna be happy, right? You ask them what's wrong. Same approach in the business. Sounds very simple, but that's very, very important. So we do that, right? Then with some of these tool sets as well, we have SciTalk, right? As you can see, and the whole slew of industrial engineering tools here, right? So, I'm not going to delve so much on that because I do have more slides, but later on, if you have specific questions on something, please let me know, yeah? Right, so 3 approaches, you have tools, right? But with the tools, you also need to have a mindset behind that. What does that mean? You can provide someone the whole tool set, right? But if they don't have the correct mindset and behavior to utilize those tools mean nothing. Right? Like you can give them all of the industrial engineering tools and techniques, but if they don't know how to apply that, and if your company does not have that kind of business process optimization mindset, it's just not going to happen. So it's like us, right? When you guys graduate and you join a company and you try to introduce them, hey, these are things that we might be able to improve, right? On this and this and this and that, right? But if the management doesn't see it that way, or if the business itself just is not used to that kind of thing, then that's just not going to work, right? So it takes everyone. So that's why we put emphasis on the mindset. So for us here, we have a whole organization behind that when we do business process improvement. And this is like a sample of our organization. We have more, we have subsets, but this is a very good standard sample for that. So I am a program manager for the whole region Americas. So that's me. We have coordinators within our regions because, I controlling all of these projects within, across 10 countries within the region, I need help, right? I couldn't just, come up with something and then drive it from the United States if the project is, for example, in Mexico, right? So I need regional coordinators, same thing, it's sort of helping me facilitate these projects across the region towards our countries. So we have country trainers, country coordinators, and then specific to our business, we have many sites like warehouses or trucking depots or ocean freight depots. So we work with site managers, and then on every part of these business process projects that we do, we ensure that we engage people across all levels. Right? So if I need, for example, to improve, again, in that sample a while ago in the Philippines, if I have a trucking move from a customer towards the port of Manila that has to move by a vessel towards Mindanao, right, then I need to have representatives from all parts of those of those teams or business units that we have. And then lastly, working environment. So working environment and mindset are they go hand in hand. Working environment just says that the same thing. So if you are just one person trying to implement all of these improvement methodologies in your company, that's just not going to work. So you need to have a culture that supports it. So for us, it's mainly twofold. One would be we call it excellence in operations. So meaning we foster a business process improvement mindset with what we do in operations, meaning on how we execute, like with the people, with our processes, and with everything. So we always inject all of these tools into what we do, right? And the same thing with administration. Like, okay, and I know you some of these terms are familiar, like for example, ergonomics, right? This is super important for our warehouses where people move materials from like really huge warehouses. Let's just say it's the size of like, I don't know, SM supermarket, right? When you go inside the SM supermarket from, I don't know, the entrance towards the back, where you have all of those aisles, right? That's quite a huge distance to cover. Warehouses are as big as that or maybe even bigger, right? You have to move things around from such a huge space that you have to ensure that your workers, when they operate on the warehouses, their safety is taken care of, their fatigue is minimized, and their efficiency is sort of supported. So we introduce ergonomic setups where their working areas are within reach. They have ergonomic desks and chairs, and some of these technologies that help improve their efficiency and help reduce fatigue. And I'll speak more about that later on when I go to the digital transformation part of my discussion. Yeah. So I know I didn't really speak so much about something specific about business process optimization because there's a lot of things that we do in that aspect. But when I move later on to talking about digital transformation, business process optimization is already integrated with that or with whatever we do, right? So it's like, okay, now in this date and time, we do a lot of data-driven things, right? So automation, robots, be it physical robots or digital robots with code and everything like that. So one of the one of the most common things was that, hey, how do we improve our output, right? Or how do we speed up, like in my sample a while ago, how do we speed up loading cargo from customer A and delivering it to the port of Manila and then loading it to the vessel and then delivering it to Mindanao, right? And this day and age, there's a lot of solutions that employ automation and robotization, robots, right? So we integrate or implement a lot of these projects as well with what we do in Schenker, and I'll go through some samples later on. But where did this idea come from, right? Where does automation and robotization come from? It's a combination of business process optimization and digital transformation, right? Like on our warehouses, like I mentioned a while ago, in the olden times, you have people who move from one shelf, one aisle to pick up, an item that they need to ship, and then go to the packing area and pack it, and then go to the loading area and load it. Right? Today, we have robots that do that. There's robots that, for example, I stand here, right, point A. It would be fed with information, with data, so via computers, to say, hey, you need to pick an item from shelf 12, position 5E, right? That robot goes to that shelf, picks that, scans the position to see if there's an item. So that item will have a barcode. If it's a positive match, it picks it up, brings it back to the packaging area, and a user packages it properly. The robot then picks up that packaged material and then now brings it towards the loading area. right? So that is a combination of both aspects. Right. So yeah, so some of the things, so I did mention warehousing a while ago, but some of the things that we do in our company, but actually not just in our company, and even our competitors are these ones. So we do have automated guided vehicles. So like what I mentioned a while ago, these vehicles are just robots, and vehicles are just fed information, data via computer feeds that says, hey, you need to go to this, go to that, scan this, scan that. AutoStore is sort of like an automated way to store things, to conveyor belts inside the warehouse. So this one, this is what I mentioned a while ago. We have robots that move towards shelves and pallets via information fed by computers, conveyors and sorters, automated palletizers, and even picking robots. Like if there's something that goes via a conveyor, right? So if you have, let's just say 100 boxes in that conveyor that goes from a certain position in our warehouse, this robot has a scanner pointing on that conveyor. And once it has a positive match with a specific item that we want it to pick, it's just going to swoop in, pick it up, drop it to a bin that we need it to go to. Right. All of these are done by combinations of coding. So we do have, our IT team that takes care of those, and industrial engineers that design the process, and also, of course, the equipment themselves. Right? Now, so I'll speak a little bit more about digital transformation and how we leverage on specific tools and techniques to transform what we do in this day and age, right? So the whole digital transformation lingo. What does that exactly mean, right? For this industry. So yeah, so this is super important. That's why it has just its own slide here. Data is key. Data is very important for us in order to drive digital transformation projects or digital transformation initiatives. Why? Right? So here, so I'll explain what this means here, because I know, most of you might not be familiar with this, but what you're looking here is sort of, in 3 time periods. Right? There's this will be a representation of how much data points we need to operate a shipping file, and which teams use those data points, right? So I'll just quickly go through what those teams are. So for example, for us, for our company, we have data management, right? EDI, or electronic data interface, inputs or teams that handle digital inputs of information. Like for example, if you place a booking in Lazada, right? If you confirm that order online, someone receives that information from in a certain, call center or operating center via an electronic interface. So that's that. Then we have customer service. So whoever receives that, operations, documentation, and accounting. Right? So way back before in 2011, we require 100 data points to operate a shipping file. A shipping file is if you need to ship cargo from your premise towards somewhere else, we need 100 points of information. Customer name, your own name, address, your destination name, destination address, and a lot of other things, right? So let's just say those are 100 data points. Those 100 data points, this is the share or the breakdown of where those come from, like who puts them in. So back in 2011, that 10% of those data points come from electronic means. 90% are manually keyed in, right? You have someone, like if I am the documentation agent, I most likely, so for example, if you are shipping something to Mindanao from Manila, right? You most likely will be giving me a sheet of customer information, your packing list, your commercial invoice, your whatever, and I'm keying it in my system, right? Those were the olden times. back in 2017, we noticed that the data elements improved, or not improved, but went up. So meaning before, like, I don't know how old you were back in 2011, but for example, purchasing online is not a thing. This is not a huge thing at that time. When you want to buy something, it's always cash, right? Or bank transfer, I don't know. But in 2017, there's a lot of like digital ways to purchase things. Now there's credit cards, I don't know, Gcash, um, bills pay via your bank, right? Those are additional data points that are digital, right? And other stuff. I mean, if there's just a lot of things that are now digitalized, so to speak. So from 100 data points, we moved to 140 data points back in 2017. And we found out that it shifted, 30% of those data points are digital and 70% are manual. So it moved, more data points are becoming digital. And lastly, the projection is with the way the business moves right now, we project that by 2023, so from 2017 to 2023, so that's like another, a span of 6 years, we project that 80% of all these data points will be digitalized and only 20% requires manual input. So that means, as consumers, there's a lot of things that consumers actually put in themselves through an online platform, like your Lazada, for example. Most of the things that Lazada needs from you is in your profile, is in your account, the way you pay, your address, your name, your everything is already there. There's minimal touch points where they have to come to you and say, hey, can you provide me this information because I need it from you, right? I know Lazada is a very simplified version of that, but in shipping, there's more things that we deal with from the customer. But that's the way the business is going to. That's why data is so important. Right? So from a market standpoint, right? So, how important that is. Fine, we know that data is becoming more and more digitalized, but what does that mean for us in terms of the market and the business? Right? So way back in 2015, there's only 1% of our business that was digital, like a full digital process. Everything was manual. If someone needs to ship with us, they need to call, right? They need to speak to someone in our office and then say, hey, this is what I need, blah, 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 blah. Apple phones, Schenker is the exclusive shipping and logistics partner of Apple. Like if you buy an Apple phone, and I'm sure some, if not all of you have Apple phones, when you see it in the Apple store or when you buy it online, the people who move Apple's goods, IMAX, everything is us. You don't see our brand by the time you get the phone, but we do all of those movement for them from the raw materials. Apple's phones are manufactured and assembled in China, Shenzhen. We move that from their raw material parts to their assembly lines. And then once the iPhones are assembled and done for packing, we ship it out to the main markets, America, everywhere, Singapore, Philippines, right? It's us. Before in 2015, Apple, knowing that they're already Apple, sorry about that, still needs to interface with us, physically, like over the phone, over emails, with meeting people, right? Then today in 2021, we've moved like a lot of the business has moved towards fully digital and partially digital models. So Apple, for us today, we don't physically interface with them anymore. They have their own system. Well, I cannot say a lot of details about them because it's confidential, but they have their own system that's connected to our system. And all they need to do is, complete whatever thing that they need to do on their end, push a button, and then it reaches our system in Schenker. And then we know what we need to do for them. Number of, the amount of iPhones and iMacs and the whatevers that we need to pack, sort, prepare, ship to wherever. That's how it is. It's automatically connected. And even invoicing, we finish the job, we invoice them, meaning, hey, this is what you need to pay. That automatically goes to them, right? And we project that by 2030, almost half of everyone, of the business, will be digital, right? What that means is that's on a market size of 1.6 billion, right? So that's half of that, 750 million. 750, 800 million, right? Will be digital, or purely digital transactions. And if you as a company are not capable of dealing with that, then you're missing out on a huge chunk of this. They're most likely going to go to whoever can do that for them, our competitors, right? So yeah, so we today made it made a very clear mandate that digital transformation needs to be a core business offering for us, for Schenker. I'm sure our competitors do that as well, but yeah, we specifically offer that or think about that. And we have very targeted efforts on ensuring that we venture into new digital business models. So I'll speak more about that later. So like here, so just some of the samples of things that we've transformed digitally for us, right? So on the business side of things, I mean, I'm not sure if you guys are very familiar with how it is to ship goods, right? Like if you are a supplier, if you are a business and you need to move huge amounts of goods from point A to point B, it's very difficult to get information about, hey, how much is it gonna cost me, right? You need to, I need to know information about freight, trucking, customs clearance, documentation, whatever, right? It's super difficult to get that information. And now, like the Lazada model, so that's our goal. We want it to be like, hey, how can we offer that same customer experience like Lazada or Amazon, right? Where our customers just need to go online and then, hey, I want to ship something from Manila to, I don't know, to Bicol, for example, right? How much is it going to cost me? Click a button, boom, they know it, right? So we do now have that e-platforms and dynamic pricing. In terms of data, so handling all of those data from the customers, like my sample a while ago from Apple, right? We digitally connected to them. We have protocols on how to handle their data and so on and so forth. And even with our organization, we have huge amounts of data on. Sorry, just to pause on that. I think you might have heard this term a lot. Big data, right? That's just tackling, like, there's so much amount of data that flows around us, whether it's in the business or not, but not all of those data are being utilized properly to some objective, right? So even for us, even internally, we use data a lot, like to manage talent, like people progression, which so in a warehouse setting, for example, if we have 50 warehouse operators there, we know exactly what's the productivity of everyone. Like, Jane can do, I don't know, 50 boxes per hour, while John can do 38 boxes per hour. So then John has an issue with productivity and we need to deal with that, right? We know that how much things cost, how much we churn out, we all have that, and so on and so forth, right? So yeah, so some of the other things that we have as offerings. So our e-platform is called eForwarder, where we want to give people or our customers the Amazon experience. We have what's called, so these ones, MIS is Management Information Systems. So like what we do for Apple, for example, we're directly connected to their system. We get their data. And we also help them optimize their shipping moves, right? So Apple is such a huge company. They have maybe 100 raw material plants. Raw material locations, wherever they get it, wherever they buy the raw materials, right? And they have 100 plus markets, right? So we, based on the information that we get from them on what they ship, and where they move their cargo, we give them insights on, hey, you know what, of those 100 suppliers, I don't know, these 20 suppliers are cheaper for that specific part, for that specific SKU, right? Maybe you want to use them more. Or, hey, amongst those 100 suppliers, these 50 are always low in inventory. Maybe you don't want to use them more often, right? Because you're having supply chain issues with them. And same for destinations. We give them insights on who buys their products more, where they make more money, and so on and so forth. So that is MIS, Management Information Systems, and analytics that we offer our customers. I'm just going to skip on that because I know we're running a little bit late on time. Yeah, so one of the interesting parts that we do as well is this one, IoT, so Internet of Things, and telemetry, right? So when you buy online, right, when you click that purchase button, you'll see statuses of your order, right? Order received, order confirmed, shipped or packed and shipped, in transit, and then ultimately delivered, right? Same with us, but with shipping, it moves everywhere, right? Long distances. So you need to be, so as customers, they need to know, hey, where's my cargo? So for example, so let's just say when you guys buy an Apple phone, right? It gets shipped from China. It goes through, from the province of Shenzhen, it goes via rail, train towards Shanghai. In Shanghai, it gets cross-loaded from the rail to a truck, towards a ship. It gets shipped from Shanghai to Manila. In Manila, it gets trucked from the port of Manila towards, I don't know, the Apple store in Mega Mall, let's just say, right? Those ones, right? So I that is a very huge example because that's the whole business. But all across the way, as a customer, you would want to know, hey, where's my cargo? What's happening, right? Cargo boxes, when we ship them out, by default, they don't have tracking devices because they're expensive. We offer that as well. Like we offer GPS tracking. Like we put a GPS tracker on cargo containers or air freight parcels if customers really want, real-time information, but those are expensive, right? But then let's just say maybe only 10% of our customers avail of that. The 90%, they don't have it. But with today's data, we are able to do precise calculations on where your cargo will be based on geofencing, telemetry, big data information that we scrape from other providers, and so on and so forth. So now tracking cargo has been even more accurate than, I'd say, 10 years, 5 years before. Right. So this is our e-platform. I mean, there's a lot of words, but basically what we're trying to say here is we want to offer the customers the Amazon/Lazada experience, even though we're talking about big customers, not end-to-end online shipping or online purchasing. Right? Haptic. We also recently tackled this one. So for you to understand what this means, we have to go back, 10 years, 20 years in the past. So as I said before, right, when you need to ship something from point A to point B, there's a lot of processes behind that, very complex processes where, you need to go through all of these, right, through all of these touch points. So you're thinking, okay, if I'm the shipper, I'm shipping my cargo. Someone else is receiving that from, let's just say, okay, I'm shipping from New York. I'm shipping something to you in Manila, right? Once the cargo leaves my premise, right? Okay, now it's in the hands of the shipping company, the logistics company. When it comes to the Philippines in Manila, how could you claim that cargo, right? Like, how can you say that, hey, this is mine? In the ocean freight and in the air freight business, we have what's called a bill of lading. So it's, a sheet of paper, well, several sheets of paper that basically proves ownership, that it's yours. A bill of lading is part of the whole shipping process. We, as a logistics company, we help you create that and complete that. We verify the information, between the shippers and the receiver, which we call consignee. And once the shipper, ships the cargo out, that bill of lading, the physical paper, needs to be couriered towards you, the consignee or the receiver in the Philippines, because that is what you're going to show when you want to claim the cargo in Manila, right? Without that bill of lading, they're not going to give you the cargo because, that's your proof that it's yours. So that's paper, right? Physical paper. It's crazy. You have to have that physical paper shipped from one continent to another just to get cargo. Haptic is sort of a huge platform that aims to digitalize that. It's a combination of, well, of course, just converting your paper form to a digital form, maybe say PDF, but it's not as simple as that because you need to have security behind that. If you say, hey, this bill of lading now is a PDF, and sorry, just to pause a little bit, that bill of lading, that document, there's security in it, like watermarks, stamps, whatever that you can't just forge, right? So that's the reason why it's very secure. So if you digitalize that, how do you secure it? So Haptic also integrates blockchain as a way to verify ownership and so on and so forth, right? So this is, something that we have been tackling. It's not yet out, but basically, what's the gain, right? So as I said, that paper needs to be couriered from one place to another. Usually, it takes 4 to 5 days with air freight. If we transform that to a digital version, through a blockchain, you can just transfer that within 4 to 5 hours. You save a lot in terms of processing time and shipping expense as well, right? So yeah, so we have embarked on this with an external provider, and we think we will be ready with the pilot by, I think, next year. Right? So this is new industry-wide. Yeah. So yeah, so mainly, as a company, our goal is to be a data-driven company, right? We make decisions for ourselves internally based on data. We offer data to our customers so that they can make decisions for their businesses as well, so that they grow. We help them grow. Like what I explained a while ago for Apple, right? We give them this information like, hey, if Apple wants to, historically, with whatever they're shipping with us, we can tell them, hey, what's the best way to route your cargo from this place to that place, right? Should you truck it from here to here? Like we give them options. What's the fastest? What's the cheapest? What's the best, right? We give them the information to help them make an informed decision. We have systems and software for that. Predictive analysis, we have the capability to tell our customers that, what, today is May, right? We expect that, what's May? It's the summer season for us, or almost summer season for us. So we will expect a spike in fruit demand in the summer, because it's the summer, right? What does that exactly mean? So where exactly do we expect spikes in, I don't know, avocados, mangoes, bananas, pineapples? We can tell them exactly, hey, these are the markets that will have a spike in demand. This is where you need to route your cargo, right? And then we have them plan accordingly to transport their cargo towards those markets, and so on and so forth. I'll just skip on that. So yeah, so with all of those digital tools, we also cover sort of like, I would say, the full ecosystem. So customer analytics, like what I mentioned a while ago, pricing and offer management. So dynamic pricing, right? So let's say if I am Dole and, it's summer, okay, I know there's going to be an increased demand with pineapples, right? I'm Dole, I'm a pineapple company, right? Therefore, during the season, I want to know what to expect in terms of pricing, right? Because it's going to be demand. Most likely, rates are going to be higher. And then if it's, by November, when it reaches the fall, just before winter, then demand will fall down. Then I expect lower pricing from you, right? Because there's a lower demand, right? You have more space. I don't have so much fruit. I don't want to be paying the same amount of money, right? So we also offer that, again, with data, right? Based on seasonality, based on, predictive analysis on moves and volumes. We give them, we try to match our customers' requirements versus our, let's just say, pricing methodology, right? So yeah, so demand, is like what I mentioned a while ago, predictive analysis towards demand. And also the same thing with, we call it network and capacity planning, or basically what that means is, okay, so if you have a demand that's upcoming, we need to ensure that we can move that cargo, right? Because if there's a demand from everyone, then everyone's going to want to ship towards somewhere, towards one location. And we do not have infinite space, right? I mean, your planes can only carry, I don't know, 60,000 cubic meters. Your ships can only carry, let's just say 20,000 containers, right? If you have, a demand of 50,000 and you have a space of 20,000, what do you do, right? So, we have models to exactly predict, okay, what exactly will be the demand versus the supply or our space for specific weeks, and then work with the customers on prioritization, like, okay, who are we going to carry this week and who can we not carry and what do we need to do for them, and so on and so forth. All right. Yes, right. So I have, I think, 3 more slides, so I'll just jostle that quickly. So yeah, so when I said, okay, we have targeted initiatives on digital transformation and innovation, we really mean we have targeted initiatives and efforts for that. So we have a specific, let's just say, team or business unit that just deals with innovation and new solutions and continuous improvement across the business. So we deal with, excuse me, we deal with a lot of business units, but most notably what I want to highlight is we work with startups as well, because, shipping and logistics is a very old industry, super old. There's a saying that shipping is the oldest industry in the world, which is true. Back during the times of, I don't know if you guys are familiar with, I hope you are, Magellan, right? History. They moved around the globe using ships, right? To either conquer places or to move goods in the Silk Road, right? So shipping is super old, right? But then, okay, how do you think of ways to improve the business? Like high level business process improvement. You need outside information for that. You need, young people like you guys with new ideas that basically older people, they're older than me, right, just couldn't think about because they lived in a different time. So that's why we collaborate a lot with startups to see whether there's something that we can, deal with and improve on, right? So we have 2 specific offices that we call that are innovation laboratories for us. One is in Europe, I think in Frankfurt, and the other one is here in the United States in Houston, Texas. So in Houston, we share the same facility with Cisco, the technology company. And we work a lot on IoT and AI solutions in that facility with Cisco. Right? One of the outputs of that innovation lab in Europe is this one. We have self-driving trucks. So we are trying to hopefully soon implement a self-driving truck, right? Like, okay, if for example, you order something online in the Philippines, like if you want to deliver it, I don't know, from, let's just say from Alabang to Calamba, right? Now there's someone that's going to deliver that for you using a fully self-autonomous driving truck. I mean, I know that's probably not going to happen in the Philippines in the next 5 or 10 years because of infrastructure problems. But we do have that here in the United States now, almost, right? We have drones. I mean, not us, but Amazon has drones, for example. So we're trying to deal with that. And yeah, so I think that's it. So that's my last slide here. So just in general, in terms of the digital transformation portfolio, we deal a lot with those. And some of the other pilot projects that we have are, well, 3D printing, RPA, robotics. So aside from the physical robots a while ago that I explained with warehousing, we also have digital robots that automate, like for example, inputting customer information into a management system, right? So before, a person types that, now a digital robot does that for us, and so on and so forth, right? All right. I think I've hit it. Yeah, I might have been 2 minutes over my time, but that's what I have. Yeah, so thank you so much for staying on with me. And now I shall open the floor for your questions, and then hosts, whatever it is that you also wanted to say or wanted to comment on, please now feel free to take it over.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fontanillas, for that very enlightening talk. And as a freshie, I am not that much aware of what a supply chain, logistics, and transportation are. And I have realized how important these are, and although the process is complicated, you really need to set your mindset on the approach that you are going to make so that the optimization will work. And through innovation, it's like almost everything can now be digital.
I couldn't agree with you more, Jacka. And, it really struck with me how these processes, such as the Six Sigma and 5S, can be applied in real life in the sense that they're not just limited to the realm of business. Also, I really, really like the mentality that in order to optimize something, you have to know everything. It's real nice.
And now I'm sure that our audience is just as intrigued as we are, and they have their own questions. So, participants, you can ask our speaker about your question through Slido. Use the link that is sent on the chat box or use the code 191080 and input it in slido.com.
So let's get right into the first question right away. So first question for our participants. Oh, this one's pretty recent. For our first question, was your company, specifically your unit, affected with the recent blockage of the Suez Canal? If yes, can you please tell us what are the implications of an issue that huge and how were you able to overcome it?
Thank you for the question. Yes, the answer is yes. We were. The Suez Canal blockage lasted for 6 days. So that means we had cargo that were delayed for 6 days or more. There's lots of implications, but I'll just highlight two. The first one is cost. So we have, sorry, I cannot name names, okay, but we have a customer where we move vaccine raw materials for COVID, right? So Suez Canal is used for movement of cargo from US or Canada to Europe. So it goes through it could go through there or to Africa, right? And because of that, the vaccine production in a specific location was delayed because the raw materials were delayed. So there was a lot of cost behind that. We also had so like other time sensitive cargoes that were affected definitely had costs to them because some of them, not the vaccine sample, but some of these customers had things that expired along the way. Some of them, their production lines were halted because they were waiting for the materials. So yeah, so number one is cost. Number two is also there was a domino effect with that. We were just not affected. Everyone was affected. So that meant that, so these ships, when they go to a port, they have to park their ship. So berthing is the correct term, but it's like parking, they need to park for a specific time frame, unload and load, and then go, right? Because of the blockage, though, that planning for port parking was thrown away, right? Because the ships were not there, the order was so messed up. So the ports had to do a whole replanning, and then that added further to the delays. So yeah, it was mainly a huge cost to a lot of people.
Okay, thank you, sir, for answering the question from our participants. And since we are a bit running out of time, we only have time for one more question. And our second question from our participants. So you have mentioned throughout the presentation about the advantages of digital transformation, but are there actually disadvantages of fully digitalizing our processes right now?
Very good question as well. And thank you for raising that. And thank you as well for picking that as a last question, because that's very good. So we aimed for a let's just say a fully digital operating model, right? Before, so let's just say, I mean, because in the Philippines you're quite small, but we have, for example, one office in Parañaque, one office in Cebu, one office in Davao, right? Here in America, in the United States, we have, I don't know, 50 offices across the United States. But let's just say, just think about, you're in the US and you have a lot of locations. Before, when you do business with us, there's the personal touch with not being fully digital. When you pick up the phone and call us, call Schenker, there's someone who answers the phone. It's easy to ask your questions. It's easy to deal with issues, right? On a fully digital model, that personal touch gets lost. So that is one of the downsides that we saw. Some people, especially the old school ones, they really look for that personal touch. It's just like us, if you guys have called a business that put you on hold, or that that asked, that there was a teleprompter that asked, select whatever to eventually get to something. It's hard, right? So that is one of the things that we are trying to circumvent, and honestly, one of the things that prevents us um, to become a fully digital operating model, because that personal touch is super important for customer experience.
Thank you, sir, for answering that very deep question.
And that's it for our question and answer. Thank you, Mr. Fontanillas, for giving such wonderful and productive insights. And also, we would like to thank the participants who sent their questions. I hope that you all learned a lot today.
So as our way of giving thanks, we shall now be awarding the Certificate of Appreciation to Mr. Fontanillas. So allow me to read the certificate. University of the Philippines Industrial Engineering Students Organization presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Mr. Ronald Bello Fontanillas for being one of the speakers in the 12th Southern Tagalog Industrial Engineering Seminar with the theme Recalibrate, Configuring Industries, Programming the Future Towards Advanced Engineering, given this 15th day of May 2021 via Zoom. Signed, James Dwight Dorangan, President, and Josefa Angeli D. Revilla, Senior Advisor.
And before we formally end this segment, may we request Mr. Fontanillas to show his brightest smile for the picture taking.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the certificate.
Stand by for 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Okay. Now that we are done with the picture taking with the certificate, we may now request everyone to please open your cameras, bring out your best smiles, and let's see your beautiful and handsome faces. So everyone, please turn on your cameras, bring out your best smiles.
Now, smile lang kayo. 1, 2, 3. Next page. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you, fellow participants. And that concludes the discussion regarding business process optimization and digital transformation. Once again, thank you, Mr. Fontanillas. The knowledge you imparted today is truly appreciated by everyone here this afternoon.
And that's it. Thank you for being part of this breakout room. But it doesn't end here. You may now all go back to the main room for the next part of our program.
Again, do not exit the meeting. Only leave the breakout room. Just click Return to Main Room on the bottom right of your screens. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
So ayan guys, nakabalik na ba kayo lahat? So how was the breakout session, everyone? I'm sure you guys learned a lot from our distinguished speakers. So, sa mga nakasama namin sa breakout room 3, na-miss niyo ba kami?
Siyempre, na-miss nila tayo. So now we have 5 minutes before we proceed to the next part of the program. So should we call on a few people to express their thoughts while they were in the breakout sessions, partner?
Sure, partner. Sige, mamili tayo ng isa. So, sinang una natin? Oh, ito. Si Mr. Gian Paulo. Mr. Gian Paulo Giao. Are you there po ba? Oh, it seems like Mr. Gian Paulo is not here. So, partner, ikaw, may napupusuan ka ba dyan? Napiliin?
Napupusuan. Ito, nakita ko siya. Si Miss Faty Karamihan. Hello po, Miss Faty. Are you here po?
Hello. Kaso hindi ko na-set up yung webcam ko.
It's okay. So, what are your thoughts po for the breakout session with us?
Marami naman kaming natutunan and sobrang productive nung talk kasi yung speaker namin nagpapa-Gcash prize. So, very engaging.
Wow! So, nanalo ka ba, Miss Faty?
Hindi po, sobrang bilis po nila sumagot.
Wow, okay. Sige. So, siguro may,
Isa pa bang participant or should we move on na?
I think we should move on na. So,
right.
so we are going to move on for the next part of our program. And
remember that if you have any questions during the talk, please feel free to drop your questions via Slido with the code 51637, again, 51637, or you can access it through the link provided in the chat box.
So once again, hello everyone. We are finally down to our 5th speaker for today. So, can you start introducing the speaker for us, partner?
Yun, nasa ako.
Definitely.
Ano natin akong baril?
Hello. Please turn off your mic. Thank you so much.
Again, kindly observe the guidelines set. Right. So our 5th speaker for today, he is an experienced corporate executive and management consultant with more than 20 years of experience in the field of strategic and corporate continuous improvement, project management, risk, regional development, training and development, and operations management.
He is currently the Chief Operating Officer of Santa International Incorporated and Managing Director or Founder of MVHS Management Consultancy. Previous executive or senior management roles include being the Vice President for Star Cruises Philippine Operations, Director for Continuous Improvement for Asia Pacific in Saitel Philippines, and Head of Project Office for AXA Philippines.
He is a certified management consultant under the Institute of Certified Management Consultants of the Philippines, a master project manager under the American Academy of Project Management, a licensed financial advisor, and known speaker/resource on topics such as risk management, project management, business continuity planning, operational excellence, and process improvement.
He completed his BS degree in Industrial Engineering with minor in Mechanical Engineering in De La Salle University, Certificate 4 in Training and Education under the North Australia Career and Training Services, or TAFE, NSW, Southwestern Sydney Institute, and Six Sigma Black Belt course in Motorola University.
Let us give a warm welcome to Engineer Michael Victor H. Sibayan.
Okay, there you go. I wasn't able to unmute myself. I think it was disabled a while ago. So good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen before we start. Again, good afternoon. And first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share something or two when it comes to the current situations out there for industrial engineers. So how are industrial engineers actually supporting the different businesses, especially during this time of pandemic? So how's everybody now? Can you give me a thumbs up in your Zoom? Just give me a thumbs up in your, give me an emoticon of a thumbs up if everybody can hear me loud and clear. Good, thank you very much, Coach Jimbo. Okay, good. So at least everybody can hear me. So as mentioned a while ago, I'm Mike Sibayan. I am also the founder. Recently, I'm also appointed as a director for one company who's one of the leading social media but I'm about agile and lean thinking in the VUCA world, right? So you might be, some of you have heard of the term agile and lean already, and same thing with the VUCA world. But it's good to talk about it, especially during this time of the concept of VUCA as something that's already there, but we have confirmed already that during this pandemic, everybody and almost all companies have felt the impact of this methodology of this concept. So in the next 30 minutes, especially most of you here are the younger generations, I'll be your TikToker for this afternoon, right? So tech meaning I'll be sharing with you some thoughts, insights, and knowledge, and not your usual TOK, but I'll be giving a talk regarding all of these things. And I hope my thoughts and insights will somehow increase some of your knowledge that you have right now and somehow apply it eventually in your school and your aspiration to be industrial engineers in the future. So an industrial engineer, so we were told by the organizers that our topic should be geared towards our audience as future industrial engineers, especially students from freshman to senior years in your industrial engineering course. So when you talk about industrial engineers, if you go to the, going back to that, during my college days in the 90s, and yes, I'll accept that it was during the late 90s that I finished my industrial engineering degree. We were taught about, we were, some of our subjects and things that actually, for myself as well, have triggered my interest as an industrial engineer is that we talk about methods engineering, right? We look into production and supply chain management during that time. There's also a topic on operations research. Also, we were bombarded with feasibility studies during that time. We were also exposed on marketing management, right? We were thinking that as industrial engineers, we should be in the plant, right? We should be doing those time and motion studies. But somehow along the way, there are some subjects or units, I think, if I remember it right, 2 or 3 units during that time that were taught about marketing, right? And also, we were taught on financial management, right? Meron tayong accounting 101, financial management 101, there's a lot of subjects, I think totaling even to 8 units during that time. Also, organizational development was introduced to us, industrial design, and even ergonomics. We tend to be, exposed on how to design things so that it will be easier for the worker to, not to be encountering fatigue all the time. So having those ergonomically designed products. And also, we were exposed on information systems, management information systems. Management make better decisions. And all of these things actually leads to the purpose of industrial engineers in the society these days. And so what's the purpose of being an industrial engineer? We're here to find a better way every day. So our purpose in every organization that we work with is really to find a better way of doing things. That's why we were taught all of these subjects, even to a point of human resources management and marketing management, because what we need to do to make a difference in any organization that we'll be with in the future is really to help them find a better way. And that's why our motto during that time, I'm not sure if it's still the motto of industrial engineers in your respective school, we're always bombarded with this mindset, there is always a better way, right? That's why even up to now, when I'm still, involved with many companies, first thing that always pops into my mind is that there should always be a better way of doing things, especially if the customers' demand and expectations, fastly change during these days, especially with the dawning of technology. And this is really the challenge now. The environment and the demand of the customers consistently change in the workplace or in the current environment right now. And that's why we need more industrial engineers, right? Of always looking to find better ways of doing things. So when you start college, right, some of you can be called industrial engineers immediately because many companies still have those positions, most especially in the manufacturing sector. However, there are some cases that as industrial engineers, you'll be also tapped to be OD specialist or organizational development specialist. You'll be also treated sometimes as a process engineer, also be called sometimes as a process auditor, documentation specialist, systems and procedures analyst, which is actually my first title when I first joined the workforce, business analyst, methods analyst, process improvement specialist. You can also be called a lean expert if you're into lean management, if that would be your main forte. You can also be called a Six Sigma black belt or a green belt in an organization if you are into that kind of a methodology in process improvement. If your focus is more on project management, you can be an agile scrum master. And also, if we want to attack the business in its totality, focusing on strategies, you can be a corporate planning specialist, right? And same thing overall, even if you don't have any specific methodology of choice, you can simply be tagged as a continuous improvement specialist and at the same time an operational excellence specialist. So all of these things actually will lead simply to a very specific objective of any industrial engineer, right? Which is to balance these three pillars in the business, right? So I'm sure most of you have undergone a lot of subjects already in industrial engineering, like the subjects that I mentioned a while ago. But the main objective of knowing all of these things is not just simply to improve the process. The end goal of everything is to make sure that you balance these three pillars in an organization, right? You need to ensure that the stakeholder satisfaction, that the customer yes, the stakeholders are happy because, lesser expense, more profit, they are earning. However, the customers are not happy and the employees are not happy, then definitely the pillars or your house or the business will definitely crumbling down. Same thing, if the customers are happy, you find, improving processes that makes the customer happy, makes the employer happy, for industrial engineers, making sure that you always find ways and means and not just think of a solution to satisfy. Quality expectations in the workplace, right? I'm sure the term quality is always been used in your classrooms, right? But when we satisfy these three pillars, we have to understand there are three areas that we need to measure and always, balance it out, like productivity, right? This is the ratio between the output volume and the volume of inputs, making sure that every effort that you put on something, the return will be either much higher or actually meeting at par with your expectation on what the effort is being given. Efficiency is to produce something with the not in front of the cashier, but you can actually get orders from a machine, put your either debit card or credit card, and then you can pay and just wait for your order to come. But if you do a time study, it takes more time, more waiting time for you to eat or for you to get your order. So the question is, yes, most probably they were productive. Yes, maybe the team seemed to be efficient. But the question is it effective to the customer, right? For example, for you, if you're going there and you're very hungry, you end up waiting in line for your orders to be packed and put together by the by the kitchen team. Unlike before, it's already there and ready, right? So that's where I'm coming from. You need to make sure that moving forward, as you create business transformation, support companies when it comes to business transformation, or even as early as now, when you create case studies in your different subjects, always have that in mind, because I do remember during our time in college, when you do case studies, right, especially for methods engineering, even production management, we always focus only on one problem. But actually, in reality, when you focus on one problem alone, you don't really know the impact of it in totality, right? So that's the reality now in the business. What they're looking for are solutions that will impact the customer, the stakeholders, and even the employees, making sure that the employees will not be burdened with the changes that we'll be implementing, right? But the bigger challenge now, actually, given the pandemic, right? The challenge is the different state and outlook of companies during this time. Unfortunately, many companies closed down last year and even up to this year. Companies are still waiting, actually, for the pandemic to leave, for them to go back to to being in business. Some companies actually are just waiting for everything to go back to normal. But the question is, would everything go back to normal, right? So that's why, as you graduate, most probably you'll be graduating, some of you will be graduating as industrial engineers this year or next year and next couple of years. You'll be encountering, of course, companies that you want to stick to the old normal. Some companies would like to explore on the new normal, right? And some companies are still looking forward to the new normal. But right now, for the companies that I support, I always tell them the new normal is already here. This is the new normal. And then the question is, are we making ready for the future normal? That all of this, the after effect of all of this quarantine and pandemic, the impact of the pandemic will bring forth to the different industries, right? So the thing here is that the only thing we know about the different, because again, we'll now go back to one of my topics in this afternoon session, is because we are living in what we call the VUCA world. So what is the VUCA world, right? And this is really very relevant, especially for industrial engineers, is because the reason why we're here as industrial engineers, we need to support many companies, so that they can adapt to this concept of VUCA or VUCK. So what is uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, right? So when it's change, right? So during the time of last year, especially last year, when the first quarantine was actually imposed, many companies automatically nag-change kagad sila ng proseso, right? For companies who are very eager in, let's say, cash payments, they automatically shift to online banking, right? Some maybe businesses who are actually delivering. We have a fleet of drivers. They all of a sudden partner with a logistics partner or logistics company to speed things up, right? So there's really a speed of change, especially during this pandemic, because everything now is very uncertain, right? You need to ensure that you need to adapt to the requirements of the environment, right? So what is very important here is that we communicate quickly and clearly, right? That's why there's a dawning of communication tools like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Slack, things like that. And even in our mobile phones like Vibers and WhatsApp, all of them have actually reached its peak in terms of membership or in terms of usage or utilization, because people now wants to communicate quickly and clearly. Also, the world we live in right now is uncertain, right? Now we need to have the ability to understand what is going on. Many companies cannot adapt during this time because they're having a hard time understanding what's going on. It happened last year, no, when all of a sudden the lockdown, right? Many people think, so what's happening, right? What's happening right now? Why are we on a lockdown, right? So many people still try to always blame people, right? Especially during the time uncertainty. But for the companies to survive, we need to support them in terms of really understanding what's going on, and so that we can easily adapt to have a fresh perspective and be flexible on what's really happening right now. Complex, of course, there's a lot of variety in relationships that's really happening in the world today, right? So that's why the main focus of organization is really to develop collaborative leadership. Collaboration and communication right now is the key, right? And the recommendation of many experts now is try to avoid permanent solutions. Right? That's why the concept of agile will be discussed later on, because in agile thinking, it's how fast we want to change the organization, even our products and services, so that we can easily adapt to the changing time and really survive, the current situation. Also, the last of the VUCA concept is the ambiguity, lack of clarity to interpret. Right? So this is where we are now asked to listen, think, and set up incremental dividends, right? So given the lack of clarity to interpret, we really need to look for, good thing right now that we have the internet. Unlike during our times that we really need to listen to the radio, watch television, or go to the library. But now with the internet, you get to, get different insights, different information from different experts, so that you can have a clear clarity on how to interpret the current situation right now. So what are the critical factors, right, to be successful in the VUCA world? So as you exit the academe and you go to this new world, right, this VUCA world that many companies are actually trying to survive with, you need to have sound business fundamentals, right? Good thing for us industrial engineers, we have a lots of concepts that we can share to the business, right? But the challenge now is picking the right concepts and methodologies that the customers can actually work on and adapt to, and really be useful in their, on how they can adapt in this VUCA environment. Innovation, right? That's why our motto is always, there's always a better way, looking for better ways of doing things, right? That's why innovation will always be a critical factor to be successful in this world. Fast-paced response is very important. I understand that we were taught to do, let's say, systems analysis and design. Sometimes, when we submit papers to our professors, it's really a thick document. It entails a lot of analysis. But right now, you have to equip yourself to be highly analytical in such a way that you can easily spot, inefficiencies inside the processes, come up with fast-paced responses, because if you don't adjust quickly to this time of volatility and uncertainty and complexity and ambiguity, you'll be at the end of the race, especially in the industry that you're into. If that industry is really, very in demand during these days, you have to compete to that. Flexibility also is one, right? I attended a session a while ago in terms of supply chain in one of the breakout rooms. It was mentioned that even though you have all of these ideas, you have the expertise in Six Sigma and Lean, but the company is not flexible to change. It's not flexible or even open to all of this analytical thinking and change management and operational excellence concept. It may be hard for the companies to really survive in this VUCA world. So flexibility is very important. That's why, we expect industrial engineers to really be, be good in communication and presentation skills. In convincing power, should be there. Right? That's why I'm sure you're bombarded also with projects and project presentations, right? So take that opportunity to be very confident in all of the proposals and solutions that you're actually presenting to the class, because one day you'll be doing that in the boardroom and helping companies to be flexible during these times, right? And that leads also to change management, right? Making sure it's not just the idea, but the implementation of these ideas, so that the stakeholders, the customers, and employees will really adapt to it, or really, really accept all of those things that you're trying to, implement. diversity and on a local and global level. Right now, globalization is there, right? Market intelligence is also a critical factor because we all know it's all about data, right? For industrial engineers, that's why we do all of those time studies, those analysis, because we all know that once we get those intelligence, those data, it will help us actually make better decisions. And I would say that one of the very important factors or critical success factors if you want to support companies in this VUCA world is really to have a very strong collaboration, right? Hindi pwede yung for industrial engineers, you're a loner, right? You're just at the back of a computer. You're just going around doing time studies and thinking that I'm a, in a way, I'm a consultant dito sa office, right? I'm helping all of this process improvement, right? You don't need collaboration. Actually, you do, because without any collaboration with all of the stakeholders, the employees, the customer, suppliers, shareholders, all of our effort will be put to waste. So that's really the challenge here. No? So that's why even as early as now, you try to be as as confident as possible, as friendly and sociable as possible, because it really matters a lot to be successful in this VUCA world as industrial engineers. So the key thing here now is how to adapt to this, what we call new normal or this better normal, right? Because of the changing behavior and the new journeys that many people are starting to introduce, right, in the whole supply chain, right? So our goal is really to help companies increase our revenue and lessen the expenses, right? So that's why, the concept of the whole supply chain focusing on supplier input, process output, and customer will always be a topic to look into, especially if you're trying to work with companies. So it's really improving the operational efficiency to be in what we call a better normal state. So things that we do as industrial engineers for organization, we try to help them do the same things for lesser cost, more things, more outputs, but of the same effort. And also sometimes much more output and more inputs, but definitely at the end of the day, it's all about balancing those three pillars that I mentioned. Right? So adapting to the new normal, you need to focus on the people, the process, and the technology. These are normally the three things that should always keep in mind as a potential improvement areas for the business to really grow and adapt to these changing times. Right. So the question on the people. If you have the right structure, that's why organizational development as a knowledge and skill for industrial engineers is also very important. Process analysis and documentation is very important because we want to know if the process that we are implementing right now are the right process that generates the productivity and efficiency and even effectiveness of our efforts to our customers are being achieved, right? And also technology. I understand there was a topic on digital transformation, but I'm not sure if it was touched that when you talk about digital transformation, it's really more of a culture shift, right? There's a big difference between digitalization and digitization versus digital transformation, right? So digital transformation is everything that we've talked about in the previous slide about pushing for innovation, change management, collaboration, and the culture within the organization that everybody should think in a way that we want to achieve a much more efficient, operations so that we can survive this VUCA world. Right. So having that in mind, two of the key methodologies that many companies right now are going into is the agile way of thinking and the lean thinking. Right. So I'll be discussing that in a nutshell, siguro in the next 10 minutes or 10-15 minutes to share with you a couple of insights about these two methodologies and how many companies now are using it to survive this current VUCA times, right? Agile thinking, the first one. Agile thinking is the ability to consciously shift your thinking when and how the situation requires it. Right. So gone are the days that companies tend to be very traditional. They want to stick with the old ways of doing things. They will say that, Mike, we've been in this industry for more than 50 years already. Whatever we're doing, it's working. So why change? Well, the answer is because the environment has changed already. Right. You have to adapt. Right. So agile thinking is really helping organizations think and shift very fast so that they can really adapt to the uncertainty and volatility of the world today, right? So being agile is to become the best product developer and management organization in the market, right? So isn't that a great thing for industrial engineers? No, you being a conduit or a person that will actually create the foundation to make this company the best company in the market. Also, agile thinking encourages us to think of the customer first, right? So, right, I remember during the time when I was still in IE, ang pinaka-focus namin talaga, especially if one of my favorite subjects is methods engineering. So we always do time studies. We always look at how fast we can, make a rattan chair, how fast we can, fix a sandwich, how fast can we, assemble a car, right? So we always look at the process. However, right now, agile thinking encourages us to think the customer first. Ano ba yung gusto ng customer? Gusto ba ng customer mabilis ma-deliver o gusto niya maganda yung i-deliver? Right? So always think about that. Think of the customer first. And this is not just limited to agile thinking. All quality methodologies right now, we always push for people to think of the customer first. In lean thinking, in Six Sigma thinking, in TQM, in Kaizen, etc. Right? Yes, it's all about process improvement, but process improvement for the benefit of the customer and not just for the benefit that we're thinking how the customer how the customer expects the product to be, but actually what the customer wants our product to be and a service to be. So agile thinking is an iterative approach. So every time we get feedback, we validate and see if there's really a good opportunity to make changes in our systems or in our products and processes. That's why even in the mobile app, right? Because the agile thinking is quite quite implemented in the software development industry. That's why if you notice, in your mobile app, yung mga na ini-install dating mobile app, marami dyan version na ngayon, version 20, 20.1, version 20.2, right? Lagi nag-update. Because as people use your products and also experience your service, diba? Doon nag-iiba, actually that's where most of the expectations are starting to build up, and the definition of quality is starting to be well defined. And that's why companies should be very open to make immediate new versions of their products so that, of course, you can easily compete with the market, especially during this time, na very high ang competition on certain industries. So what are the characteristics of agile thinking? Of course, as mentioned, it's customer-centric. It's also transparent, right? Because when in agile thinking, you really involve the customer in building your products and improving your services. Accountability and trust is there as well, because every in a process or in a product that you're developing, there should be a clear sense of accountability of the people who are working on it. Kaizen culture, right? Kaizen meaning continuous improvement, right? It's a Japanese term. So agile thinking creates that, because it's always finding a better way of improving the process and the service and the product that we are delivering to our customers. It's also a team focus. Hindi lang sa mag-isa. That's why it's always this environment of collaboration. And the collaboration is not just limited to the team members inside the organization, but a collaboration with our customers. Right? That's why in daming mga surveys kayo naririnig. Even in the mobile app, you're asked to rate them from 1 to 5. You are given the chance to give feedback in the App Store, right? Because you are part, or we are already part of the team that is actually building or improving the system. Servant leadership, because we know that the customer is always right. That's what they say, right? And also constant feedback is always being taken into account. In agile thinking, and just want to browse through this and not too much details, because normally I give around 1 hour or 2 hours so just to discuss this topic. But when it comes to the agile thinking, the goal actually is shift the organization, help the company shift from a bureaucratic mindset, ang hirap sabihin the bureaucratic mindset to the agile mindset. Right, and right now, most of the companies that I'm working with right now, that's one of our key imperatives: how to transform, leaders to be transformational leaders rather than traditional leaders. So when you say bureaucratic mindset, I'm sure most of you, when you now join the workforce, you'll be encountering a lot of companies who are still in that bureaucratic mindset, right? So what are bureaucratic mindsets? They actually still have that law of shareholders, where in which the primary focus is really to make money and maximize the revenue. How to get things done in a bureaucratic mindset? They still the law of bureaucrat, the presumption that individuals report to the bosses. Right? So yun yung mga kailangan, may boss ka, yung si boss lang masusunod, kung ano sabihin ni boss gagawin ko, right? The organizational structure, they follow the law of hierarchy. The presumption that the organization operates as a top-down hierarchy, similar to the bureaucratic concept. In the agile mindset, what we want to help the companies for them to adapt to this VUCA environment is now focusing on the law of the customer, right? So the obsession actually is not just simply to make money, but to make the customers happy. And the making of the money will come afterwards. Because as long as you have happy customers, the demand will continue to pour in, right? And I've encountered this company actually that I've worked with. I'm still working with right now. When we were actually having this, meeting and session, I was asking them, so what are your KPIs? So what KPIs can we give to the employees, and what's our motherhood KPI? So it's a traditional question when you're talking about performance management. Then he told me, Mike, we only have one KPI. Our only KPI is to make the customers happy, right? So that's why they don't really go into the typical performance management for employees, because at the end of the day, the question is, did you make your customer happy last year? If the answer is no, then definitely you're not really into that culture that they're building, and that's where you get the negative marks in your appraisal, right? So the law of the customer, and that's something that I encourage industrial engineers with the new generation of industrial engineers. When you go to the companies that you'll be being part of in the future, try to push for that law of the customer. Having that obsession. Start with that obsession of really making the customers happy. Next is the law of small teams, right? So this is work carried out by small teams, because when you have small teams, you have small cycles, you can easily finish something, right? And deliver to the customers immediately. And last one, in terms of the structure, is the law of the network, right? So it's really now not a question of the law of, I would say accountability, right? Law of whoever is your scope of support, but it's really more of the law of influence, right? The bigger challenge for industrial engineers, because many industrial engineers in the workforce are, I would say, individual contributors. And your challenge right now is how to create more of having influence with your peers rather than waiting for that time when people report to you. Right? You don't need people to report to you to create that influence, and that's very important. And that's really the main focus of what we want to happen in the agile mindset and methodology. So agile methodologies, these are the frameworks, right? So having that kind of methodology of mindset. So in terms of methodology, if you talk about agile, that's the what, and the methodologies are the hows, right? So the purpose of implementing any agile methodology is simply to increase the business agility to support the requirements of the customers, right? So these are just straightforward things in terms of the benefit. I think I'm lacking time already, but looking at the agile methodologies, it's really more making things more efficient in such a way that we can actually adapt to the changing times in a much faster way, and in a way also that the customers would appreciate. I think that's the main summary of the benefits of agile methodology, which actually leads to a complementary methodology, which is the lean methodology or the lean thinking. Similar to agile, it is a mindset, right? So it's not just a methodology or tool that you get from the books, but it's really a mindset. It's a culture. It's about, this time, it's all about focus on removing what is not important to the customer. Remember, agile is all about what the customer wants. In lean, it's really removing what the customer doesn't want, right? And doesn't add value to the customer, right? So putting those two together, definitely you can come up with a very good offering to our customers. You can really provide value right? If you're talking about lean, right, and asking why go lean, why go agile, in the same way, it's all about lessening customer dissatisfaction, lesser errors and mistakes, and even lesser, risk and issues to materialize. Now is the time to, have a certain sense of foresight as well, especially in our experience in the current situation right now. We need to make sure we make things faster in the things that we're doing, because even yourself, di ba, pag order kayo sa Lazada or Shopee or even sa Grab or Lala Food, you always want your orders to be here as fast as possible. And at the same time, whatever you'll receive, it should be of quality. And that's how lean thinking would work, right? So you need to improve your process technology to make things happen, right? And one thing, just to share with you how companies tend to realize that lean thinking is actually something that they want to embrace, especially during this time, because even without this lean methodology that's being implemented in their organization, suddenly they found out that you don't really need to travel, right? Or even stay in your office workstation to get things done. Dati very strict to yan. Even us, no, as students, although of course it's a totally different thing kung face-to-face tayo, no? But there's a lot of time invested when we travel and we stay in the office. But actually, at the end of the day, it's all about productivity. It's all about efficiency and effectiveness. And sometimes, the travel time, the traffic, everything is not really adding value. Many companies now realize that, printing of documents is not a key activity in the process anymore. I'm sure even as students, no, as talaga, no, pati ako, no, you students, no, realize siguro na, when was the last time that I really printed a document or printed a report that I submitted? Hindi na tayo nagprint eh. We just need to send the digital copy, right? And even companies right now realize that, no, we spend, thousands of pesos having all of these printers, toners, and papers stuck in our office, but actually it's not useful pala at certain point. You don't really need physical signatures even to have a document approved, right? You don't even need to maintain an alternative site. Now, this is a concept of business continuity planning. No, I'm sure some of the industrial engineers will be encountering this field as well in the future. But before, we always look for an alternative site. If our office is not available due to earthquake or flooding or whatever, we need to find an alternative site. Right now, what's the alternative site? Sa bahay. Diba? And nobody ever thought about that before because people are resisting the work from home concept. But now, many companies have seen the value of it. Many companies also noticed that they conducted more meetings and trainings. So mga professionals who are here, as an audience or as a guest, would agree that there are more meetings conducted during the pandemics, more trainings, but we never used the training rooms and the meeting rooms that many companies have rented, right? They spend thousands of pesos for utilities and rental for all of these training rooms in the office, but we never used that during the last year, since this year, but we actually conducted more activities than before, right? And also, we work every day during the pandemic, but never used the uniform. So for those of you, yung nag-uniform dati sa school, right? So before, you need to have that extra cash to purchase uniform, have extra effort to clean them, and so that you can go to school. Right now, you can still go to school even without uniforms, right? So those are concepts actually, and even payroll before. Payroll right now, no, last example. Payroll in companies before, they require you to time in and time out. Diba? Pang attendance yan. Parang sa school, no? Record ang attendance. But right now, of course, we still get the payroll as long as we are still productive. So there's a lot of things, actually, a lot of realizations that after the pandemic, people will start to go back to the old ways and start to forget. And as industrial engineers, tayo yung magka-capture ng mga learning points during this time pandemic so that we can remind people in the future, in the new normal or in the better normal that there is, remind them that, hey, remember before, right? I heard during our times when we were still students, many companies realized this. I think it's about time you rethink and why go back to the old ways, right? So lean thinking, it's all about benchmarking on the 8 types of ways. I won't go to that 8 types of ways in detail, but because I'm sure you have a separate class to discuss the lean principles and concepts. But this is something that I just want to emphasize. The lean thinking focusing the 8 types of ways on the transportation, inventory, motion, We talk about waiting, overproduction, and overprocessing. All of those things, I would say, in reality, they are very, very useful, right? You don't really need, a lot of statistical tools or even analysis to make process improvement work or make things more efficient in the organization. Start from there, right? So if you are actually doing a process improvement work or project, we actually recommend that you start on the lean thinking approach. Look for inefficiencies, look for what we call waste in the workplace, following the 8 types of waste. Because companies right now, without even knowing about these 8 types of waste, they realize that there's a lot of things that they can actually get rid of in the workplace that will not affect the satisfaction of the customers, the employees, and the stakeholders that they have been doing for the longest time, right? And these are just some examples that I won't be actually going to that in detail, but some of the examples I have shared already a while ago, right? So there's a lot of realizations now in the workplace when we talk about clean thinking, right? So maybe just in summary before I close, as industrial engineers, you're always taught about the system thinking, right? In systems analysis and design, yan yung pinaka-foundation of industrial engineers, no? Without going to the specific, marketing terminologies of different continuous improvement or operational efficiency methodologies, right? We talk about system thinking. It's looking at holistically, the whole process, the whole chain, the whole value chain, making sure that you look at all angles to ensure what are the interactions between all of them. That is still very applicable during this time because, as mentioned, when you come up with a solution, you don't just focus on making the owners happy, but making sure you set a balance of, the happiness level of the stakeholders, the customers, and the employees. So, would still go with the flow of exploring the problem, right? There's also a concept you can explore on. We call them design thinking. This is a methodology that actually helps you explore the problem in detail. Then build the right things using the lean thinking approach, right? And you add on the agile way of doing things to build things right. Because building the things right is simply saying that you are making the right things based on what the customer wants from us. Okay? So maybe my final words, right? It was said that when fishermen can't go to the sea, right, they repair the nets. Right? So many companies now, even students like yourselves, cannot go to the school right now, but that should not stop you from really growing and learning a lot of things or making changes. And this is actually what we are doing right now as consultants with companies, right? During this time of pandemic, this is not the time to turn our back to the society, turn our back to reality, but this is a time that it's given. We are given the opportunity to repair the net so that at a certain point in time, when everything clears, we have a much stronger net that we can use in our fishing to make everything more prosperous for the organization, to our customers, and also to our employees. So with that, thank you very much, everyone. And I hope I've shared something to you on the realities of life right now in the VUCA world with the better mindset using the agile and lean thinking principles. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
So, thank you so much for that wonderful talk, Engineer Sibayan. I learned a lot from your talk, and if I were to pick one insight, what really struck me was the finding the balance between yung tatlo pong pillars. So, it means not satisfying only one aspect, but all aspects of the workplace. So, another one po is yung thinking of the customer first. So, yun po talaga yung pinakamatatandaan ko. So, yun.
Thanks, Carmela. Joaquin, I think you're on mute.
Muted.
Oh, sorry. What really struck me is when you said that collaboration and communication is the key. Kasi that I very much agree with, most especially in these times. And another thing that you said is we should try to avoid permanent solutions because since change is constant, same with the problems. And now that the speaker has shared his insights with us, let us all take a look at what questions our participants have in mind. You can ask our speakers about your questions through the Slido with the code 51637, again, 51637, or you can access it through the link provided in the chat box to the right of.
So, um, hello. Ayan. So for our first question po, given the thought of agile thinking as shifting our thinking preference, does that mean it gives us more defects or a slower progress than we could have attained? Again, given the thought of agile thinking as shifting our thinking preference, does that mean it gives us more defects or a slower progress than we could have attained?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong in the question, understanding the question. But again, thank you very much for that. You're asking if you implement the agile thinking, it will actually create more, I would say, delays in terms of the changes. Am I correct in that question or understanding?
Yes po. I think po kina-clarify nila kung would it result to defects po or delays.
No, actually, the main actually focus of agile thinking is to react quickly on the demands of the customers or the requirements of the customers. So that means that once you receive a certain comment or complaints from the customer, you immediately go to the drawing board and check what's going wrong, what's going on, and if it's feasible to make changes immediately, make changes immediately. Right? Ganun kabilis ang agile. That's the fastness of our reaction to the changing times or to the requirements of the customers. Right? That's why even you can compare the methodology, there's what we call the agile project management methodology and the project, the waterfall or traditional project management methodology. Yung traditional, you really need to conduct a study, create a plan before you even implement. You spend a lot of time before you even implement. In agile, it's quite fast. Right? That's the main difference between the two. We cannot wait for us to document a lot of things, do all of this. If that's really what the customer wants and it's feasible to do and it will benefit the company, the customer, and it will make things easier for the employees, go na tayo. Ganun kabilis yun. That's why if you notice, as I gave an example for software development companies, yung mga mobile app natin, di ba? Ang bibilis nila mag-react eh. Pag nagka-crash, magreklamo ka, nagka-crash, bigyan mo ng 1 star, all of a sudden magugulat ka, may changes na kaagad. Diba? May change na kaagad sa software because they reacted quickly. So going to that question, actually in agile thinking, it will make things faster when it comes to decision making and making things faster in making changes in the products and services that you provide to the customer. So I hope that clarifies things.
Okay, sir, for our second question, how do we sustain an efficient organization in the VUCA world where change occurs frequently? Again, how do we sustain an efficient organization in the VUCA world where changes occur frequently?
Okay. I think the key ingredient in terms of change, the key ingredient there is the culture and also leadership. Those two key ingredients. That's why the biggest challenge actually from my end also when I started implementing the Six Sigma culture in one company that I've been with. Step one that I really did was not to train the rank and file, not to train the employees, but actually present and train the leaders. Dapat dun umpisa yan eh. Right? If we all agree that the best way to survive in this current VUCA world is to really react quickly, right? And that's really a mindset change, a culture change. So the step one or even step zero is to ensure that everybody is into it, especially the leaders, right? So yun yung uunahin natin, right? We need to equip the leaders with the right thinking, with the right tools, and then eventually create a program so that they would appreciate the whole change first, the whole, the whole culture shift before we even explore on cascading it down to the employees, right? Because that will actually make a shift on how we talk, how we think, how we make decisions. Right? It's easier to make decisions if everybody is in the same mindset, in the same page. Right? I remember one time, in one company that I implemented actually the Six Sigma program. Right? So I started with all the directors, the country heads, the vice presidents, even the CEOs and the CEOs. No? So doon namin siya inumpisahan in terms of training. And the main message of Six Sigma is to have a data-based decision-making process. We cannot make decisions walang data. Uso yan sa atin, that we make decisions out of hearsay, out of, kasi sinabi sa news or nakita ko ganyan, so that's why you want to make changes. So that's really the way to do it. You need to have data to make decisions. So one of the things that I, testimony that, the culture is starting to shift is that when we were now in the boardroom and trying to make certain decisions on certain issues, when one MANCOM member or management committee member makes a proposal or wants to make a decision, the rest of the MANCOM members are now looking for data. Hindi na sa labas-labas umuoo. Kailangan, no, can you present data? I remember Mike was actually preaching or telling us that before we make decisions, we have to see data. Right? So that's very important there. So the key thing is to engage management, to engage the highest level of leadership in your organization. And that will actually make the company, run smoothly when it comes to, having this agile way of doing things. I hope that I answered the question to the one who gave it.
So thank you so much po. We have one last question po. So, how would you or your company define success? And what are the challenges in achieving that success? Again,
okay.
You want me to repeat pa po ba?
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. I got it now. No? So how do you define success? Well, if you look at my credentials, the first part, I have many I'm representing a lot of companies, right? So I'll focus on one company, which is MBHS Management Consultancy, which I actually own and manage. No? So how do we know that we are successful as a management consulting firm? Of course, number one, we can say if all of our clients are successful. Right? If they are achieved, because the goal of a management consultant is to really help, management and leaders solve problems in the workplace. And these problems are the ones that's pulling them down in terms of their performance, in terms of meeting their objective. So that is how we measure it. No? If we engage with the client and if they are able to succeed and achieve the goals that they want to achieve through our help, then that really cement our relationship with them, because it really shows that the partnership is working. It's showing that our proposal and our recommendation is really contributing to the achievement of their success, right? So, and that's one. And that success, as mentioned, we always focus of not just hitting the numbers, but we need to ensure also that all of the employees are also happy. Nobody's leaving the organization. Many people are accepting the changes as they come. And of course, it's a chicken and egg thing. If your revenue is going up, that only means that your customer is actually accepting the products in the market and the service that you provide. So that's how we measure success on the part of us management consultants. For the others, of course, success of for example, me as the CEO of Sante International, I would say I'm successful if, again, it's a similar thing. I will wear a consultant hat the same way that I am, dealing with other clients, making sure that, that the people that I work with and the company that I'm into is actually well supported to ensure that the customers, we are targeting revenue or we're achieving revenue targets, and even the relationship with the employees is actually stable, and you can see the satisfaction in all levels. Thank you, Carmela, for the question.
So with that, this concludes the question and answer portion for this session. Thank you again, Engineer Sabayan, for providing your insights for the participants. And thank you participants for those questions. So we may now proceed to the awarding of the certificate. So please allow us to read the contents awarded to Engineer Sabayan.
the University of the Philippines Los Baños Industrial Engineering Students Organization presents this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Michael Victor Sibayan, CMC, MPM, for being one of the speakers in the 12th Southern Tagalog Industrial Engineering Seminar with the theme Recalibrate, Configuring Industries, Programming the Future Towards Advanced Engineering, given this 15th day of May 2021 via Zoom. Signed by our President, James Dwight Ngon, and our Senior Advisor, Josefa Angeli D. Revilla.
Once again, may we call on to the spotlight for a picture-taking session with the host, Mr. Sibayan. So, there would be a representative from the SEC.
Okay, on three. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the certificate, and I really also appreciate everybody the invitation and giving me this opportunity, to share to all aspiring industrial engineers in the future. So I hope someday we'll cross paths in the field of industrial engineering and also in consulting, right, and helping companies become successful. Thank you and good afternoon again.
Hello, partner.
Partner, sorry, may...
Partner. Sige, ako na muna. So, thank you so much once again, Engineer Sibayan. Given that we are in the VUCA world, just like you said, agile and lean thinking is of importance since as IEs, we are known to adapt to every situation at hand. So, once again, a reminder to be able to answer the attendance form. Codes would be flashed on the screen, so make sure to screenshot and save it.
So now let us take a look at our first code for today. So our first code is #engineering. Again, #engineering. Screenshot and save it. We will all give you 1 minute to do this.
So guys, screenshot nyo na yan. Gara ng codes, no? It's important para dun sa attendance natin. So, this ensures na attentive kayo. So, wag niyo mamimiss out yung last 2 codes na ipapakita namin for the next segment. So, 1 minute na ba tayo?
Okay, let's proceed. Bug 355 na.
Okay. So, anyone? Okay pa ba kayo? Kamusta naman kayo dyan? Inom kayo tubig, ha?
Grabe.
Inom kayo tubig. Sobrang init. Stay hydrated po lagi.
Shoutout po from Baguio.
Sana all nasa Baguio.
Sandig ba dyan sa Baguio? Alright, it's 3:55, so let us now proceed with the event. So partner, tara, move on na tayo.
Let's go, my God. Moving on. Before we proceed with our main activity, we will have our first round of raffle draw for all of our participants. So, excited na kayo? For this round, our prizes will come from all of our esteemed gold sponsors, the IEXL CIE Review Center. It is the leading CIE Review Center here at Calabarzon, and they are now offering CIE Review in online format.
So, there will be 4 lucky winners of 25% CIE Review discount voucher and 2 winners of 50% CIE Review discount voucher, which can be redeemed by enrolling at IXL.
Grabe, partner, CIE Review.
Diba, partner? Like,
kahit freshen pa lang ako, gusto ko na.
Tama.
This is very useful kasi especially for those who have already graduated or are graduating as they prepare to be certified industrial engineer. Please note that our winners have been pre-drawn yesterday. So now let us watch the recording of the drawing of our winners.
All right, so round 1 po tayo. Our
Let's
first
go.
winner po is congratulations to number 108. Congratulations po, 108.
Next one is congratulations to Mr. and Miss number 403. Once again, Mr. and Miss number 403.
Next winner po si Mr. or Mrs. 331. Again, congratulations 331. Yan.
Last is Mr. or Miss number 254. Congratulations, Mr. or Miss number 254. Ay, may dalawa pa. Oh my
dalawa
God,
pa.
ang dami.
Si code number 134. Thank you po for participating. 134, you just won.
Lastly is Mr. or Miss number 33. Congratulations, Mr. or Miss number 33. So, to be more clear with whom our winners are and what exactly did they win, let us take a quick recap.
So congratulations po kay code number 108 kay Mr. Gabriel Angelo Lomboy. Again, number 108, Mr. Gabriel Angelo Lomboy.
Next is congratulations to Miss number 403, Miss Hannah Jamie Perez.
So next po, si code number 331, Miss Regine Vidalio. Congratulations po.
Next is code number 254, Miss Angela Merici of Farias. Pardon my pronunciation po. So, for our next batch of winners,
congratulations po. Congratulations to code number 134 kay Miss K. Zaira Titular. You just won a 50% CIE review discount voucher from iExcel. Again, number 134 kay Miss K. Zaira Titular.
And lastly, congratulations to number 33, Miss Danica Lanes. You just won a 50% CIE review discount voucher as well. Wow, congratulations sa inyo!
Nakakatuwa naman yung chat. Oh. Okay, so winners, please wait for our marketing teams to contact you all. Once again, thank you for participating and congratulations. So now let's now proceed with the main activity. So it's the one that you've all been looking for, yung main activity natin. So ganito siya. So for the players of the game, we will have 2 students from 4 different institutions that have been randomly selected from the list of participants.
This activity aims to utilize agile thinking among participants, collaboration, and brainstorming with co-participants. This will help them apply learnings from product design and innovation, as well as to market their product in a post-pandemic setting.
So for the game mechanic, 4 different institutions will be randomly picked from the list of participants. And 2 representatives from the selected 4 different institutions will be randomly chosen to be the players of the game.
Assuming that the players have won 100 million pesos, images of random objects such as face masks, windmills, laptops, etc. will be shown. Each object has 5 different prizes, and they will be allowed to choose at least 5 objects based on their budget.
After choosing from the list, they will have to make/design a product based on the object. They may choose to remove an object, but this will cost 10 million pesos. After finalizing, they will be given 10 minutes to collaborate for the presentation as to how they will market their product using Jamboard.com. Remember that you only have 15 minutes to perform the activity, so you all better work fast.
So now, let us call on the participants who were chosen randomly. First is from DLSU DASMA. So I would like you all to turn on your mics when I call your name to confirm your attendance. First is Mr. King Ando Ebdane. Mr. King Ando Ebdane, can you confirm your attendance, please? It seems like Mr. Ebdane is not here. Ayan. Ayan pala siya. Oh, hello. Good afternoon. Next would be Jose Augustine Ramos. Mr. Jose Augustine Ramos, can you confirm your attendance? Okay, it seems like Mr. Ramos is not here. Let us
present
siya.
Yeah.
Where is he? Asan po kayo?
No,
Ayan.
nag-chat.
Hello po.
Right.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so we have the two representatives from the LSU DASMA. Our next school is PUP Santa Rosa. Okay, so sino kaya dito? So ang first representative natin ay si Miss Sofia Postor. Miss Sofia Postor, please confirm your attendance by chatting or opening your mic. Again po, Miss Sofia Postor. Mukhang wala si Miss Sofia. So next po, may we call on Mark Geroid Almiranez. Yan. Mark Geroid Almiranez. Please confirm your attendance by opening your mic or chatting chat box. Hello po. Gumagana ba mic?
Gumagana mic mo, partner.
Alright,
Sila no.
I'm sorry. So wala pa rin si Mark. Sir Mark. Okay, let's move on to our next representative, si Miss Carla Andrea Yap. Miss Carla, are you here po? Confirm your attendance by opening the mic or chatting in the chat box. Again, Miss Carla Andrea Yap, are you here po?
Oh my God.
Okay. Sige. Next representative, I see Miss Alyssa Luis Uy. Miss Alyssa Luis Uy, are you here? Hello po. Wala rin po si Miss Alyssa Luis Uy.
And with that, we would randomly choose another school. So before that, we would go on with wala talaga. Wala nang habol. PUP Santa Rosa people. Sige. So, with that, we would have to go with the universities na lang. So, our next university would be Rizal Technological University. Actually, nakaka ito pangalan niya kanina. So, Miss Creamy Asuncion, Pagkanungay. Can you please confirm your attendance? I saw her name kanina. Hello po. Next would be Miss Arjine Delis. Please confirm your attendance. Yan. Hello. Good afternoon.
Okay, so let's move on to our next school, which is UPLB. Yan. Okay. So first participant po natin ay si Mr. Kizer Siguenza. Mr. Kizer Siguenza, are you here po? Please confirm your attendance by opening the mic or chatting in the chat box. Again, Mr. Kizer Siguenza po from UPLB. Nako, wala si Mr. Kizer. Sige, next participant po tayo ay si... bakit po may... Sino tong si... Bakit po may nag-present?
Nandyan siya. Hello po, present. Next.
Okay, next po si Jamie Roberto. Please confirm your attendance. Jamie Roberto, please confirm your attendance. by opening your mic or chatting in the chat box. Again po, Jamie Roberto from UPLB. You have been nominated for the main activity today. Mukhang wala siya. So, right. Proceed tayo sa next participant, kay Mr. Lester Caspe. Mr. Lester Caspe, are you here po? Please confirm your attendance by chatting in the chat box or opening your mic. Yan, thank you po, Mr. Lester Caspe. Then, next participant po, I see Miss Gia Garfin. Miss Gia Garfin from UPLB, are you here po? Please chat in the chat box if you are. Yeah, ako mukhang wala si Miss Gia Garfin. So mukhang ito pa lang mga participants natin. Again, for a recap, ang mga participants po natin ay si... Wait, sino ba present?
From DLSU Dasma, si Mr. King Angelo Ebdane and Jose Agustin Ramos. Next would be from RTU, Miss Creamy Asuncion Pagkanlungay and Miss Arjine Delis. For UPLB, ang nag-confirm pa lang ay si Mr. Lester Caspe.
Sige, ano na lang. Hanap tayo from UPLB. Since para may partner na rin si Mr.
Since kulang pa sila.
Mr. Lester.
Si Mr. Lester. Kawawa naman, walang partner.
Ito may nakuha daw. Si Carl De Madara. Mr. Carl De Madara, are you here po? Ay, ito pala si Keezer, sorry. Lupok. Yan, okay. So, it's confirmed na po na for our participants.
Hello po.
UPLB ay si Mr. Lester Caspe and si Mr. Keezer Siguenza.
So, please note that this activity, the winners would receive a 100% self-paced YB discount voucher from Asklex PH Academy. Also note that participants would be assigned to a breakout room where you can create your presentations.
Please wait until our technicians message you so that you can join in the breakout rooms.
Partner, ito na naman tayo. Magdi-discuss na naman tayo ng price. Paano kaya mga hindi nakasagot? 100% pala to.
It's alright. Ganun talaga. Yeah, okay. In the meantime, let us interview some of our participants with us today. So, partner, sige, I'll give you the first pick.
Ayoko talaga una. Sige. Since nasa search bar ko na rin yung UPLB, maghanap na rin tayo sa UPLB. Naghahanap kasi tayo ng partner. So, let's see. Miss Prisha Ilagan. Ano exactly yung tatanong natin kay Miss Prisha, Kuya Waki?
Tayo muna natin pag-confirm. Saka natin tatanungin siya.
Miss Prisha, can you confirm yung attendance? Dito ka po ba? Wala.
Ako, baka kailangan nila yung tanong muna kasi natatakot sila. Sige, we're just going to ask what are your thoughts so far sa event na to?
Hindi naman nakakatakot.
Kaya nga eh. Sige, ito. Nakita ko na. Si Mr. Jean Balita from De La Salle. Jean, are you here po? Or kahit chat na lang po sa chat box if ever. Mr. Jean Balita from De La Salle pa? Okay, mukhang wala si Mr. Jean. Sige, partner. Pili ka na. Ikaw na sunod.
Tingin tayo dito. Yung mga nasa breakout session number 2. Parang may bias, pero hindi. Yan na talaga yung nadaanan. Pasensya.
Sige, ito na lang. Para may participation from the audience, chat kayo kung sino ang gusto naming i-interview.
Oo nga.
Yan.
Magturo na lang kayo, Charo.
Yan, may nauna. Wala pala.
Wala. Meron?
Wala pala, sorry. Yan guys, ialay nyo ng mga kaibigan nyo.
Ialay nyo. Magabi naman nyo.
Yan to. Si Mr. Luigi Figuerola. Mr. Luigi Figuerola, are you here po?
Ayan, ang dami. Sige, isa-isayin namin kayo. Tara.
Wait, guys, sumagot na kayo, please. Ako, mukhang wala
si Mr. Si Iggy Figuerola. Wala. Miss Leah Angela.
Miss Leah Angela
Ikaw next.
Malazar. Are you here po? Hello po, Miss Leah Angela Malazarte. Are you here po? Please confirm your attendance. Hindi ako sure kung nahihiya lang sila or wala talaga siya.
Eto, next. Sino yung next in line? Mr. Adrian Gragas. Are you here po ba? Can you confirm your attendance?
Yes.
Yan, Mr. Adrian Gragas. So, ano po yung thoughts for sa seminar na ito?
So far, interesting naman po.
Alright. Thank you for your thoughts.
Glad interested ka.
Very simple. Yeah, very simple yung sagot.
Simple but meaningful.
Tama.
Ako lang ata yung natawa dito. Sana natatawa rin kayo.
Ako, tinatawanan. I'm laughing with you. So, iyon.
Support mo talaga ako.
Siyempre,
next in line, sino naman? Pili ka dyan.
Ito, next in line kay Adrian Gragas. I see Mr. Kevin Ivan Montajes. Mr. Kevin, are you here po? Hello po, Mr. Kevin Ivan Montajes.
Hello po.
Wala po eh.
Wala rin. Next in line. Mr. Daryl Dave Saldivar. Are you here po ba? Can you please confirm your attendance? Nandito ba siya?
Libreng shoutout na rin to eh.
Oo nga. Shout out kay Mr. Daryl Dave Saldivar. Shout out.
Pero yun nga. If you are here, please confirm your attendance by opening your mic and letting us know that you are there. So since wala po siya, on to Miss Abigail Jean Tangara. Again, si Miss Abigail Jean Tangara. Please confirm your attendance. Okay, mukhang wala siya. So, before that, sino po yun? Please, sino po malalobat na?
So, should we call on our last one? For now. For now lang yan.
So, pero before that, let's share us some great takeaways from the program and use hashtag #STIES XII and hashtag recalibrate to get some mentions from us.
Also, don't forget to like our FB page, STIES by UPLV ISO, and follow our Twitter at UPLV ISO UPLDISO and our Instagram at UPLDISO2001 to get more information about our upcoming events. So with that, let us hear again from our sponsors. So
How you like that? You gon' like that? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. How you like that? Bada bing, bada boom, boom, boom. How you like that? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Now, look at you, now look at me. Look at you, now look at me. How you like that? Now.
organizations framework in the Philippines. He is also a trail executive coach, a certified EXO sprint coach, consultant, and trainer. Prior to trail, he worked for Aboitiz, JJ Summit, and Ayala in various VP roles in finance, business development, and stakeholder management.
He was also an undersecretary at the Department of Finance during the second Aquino administration. He earned his industrial engineering degree from Diliman in 1992 and his MBA from Cornell University in 2001. He is an avid amateur mechanic of 70s and 80s BMWs, a golfer for 40 years, marathoner, and a beginning motorcycle rider.
Please give a big virtual round of applause to Mr. Jimbo Reverente.
Woo! Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Magandang hapon po.
Good afternoon po.
Thanks for that kind introduction. Sige, I'm going to ask all of you again to that famous question. Can you see my screen? And if I could get a thumbs up. Yeah? Thumbs up? Great. So I'll begin. And my talk this afternoon, thank you for retaining your attention. It's already 4:42 I'm your last speaker. I'm what stands between you and your beautiful, whether to have a nice cold beer or other adult beverages. So here we go. So again, my name is Coach Jimbo Reverente. I'm a life and business coach, and I'm here to talk to you about the rise of exponential organizations. A little bit again about myself. I spent my college years in UP Diliman. I did industrial engineering, as was already mentioned, and I did my MBA at Cornell University. This is our beautiful building, that's Sage Hall. It was actually the first dormitory for women in the Ivy League. It was turned into the home of the Graduate School of Business just before I got there. Okay, so one of my favorite memories of my undergrad was this event, Miss Engineering, during the EWOC or Engineering Week. Sorry, not EWOC, but Engineering Week in UP Diliman. And if you're familiar with this event, it's really men dressing up in women's clothes. Thankfully, when I participated, or I don't know, fortunately, I don't know, when I participated as a junior in 1988, there is no photographic evidence kasi wala pang social media noon. But look at this, in social media, you have photo shoots. Diba? Terrific. Unbelievable. And there were no pictures because why? There were no cell phones and there were no digital cameras. Of course, there were cameras already. I'm not that old, but you know, these days, anytime there's an event, you'll see all these cameras put up. Who doesn't like this? I don't know. Whether you like it or not, it's there. So it's so easy to take pictures these days. I have 14,516 pictures on my phone. How about you? Go to menti.com and use the code 7167-2802 and answer the question of how many photos you have on your phone. Let's just see how many photos you have on your phone. I'll turn you back over to our hosts and they'll show us the results. So go to 7167-2802 and put in the number of pictures that you have on your phone. And let's see who has the most. I mean, wag naman kayo mag-invento ng number, but let's just see what you have. Okay, 14,367. That's the one that's the most now. Meron pa, can we scroll up so we can see all the other answers? Merong 16,607. Wow, tindi ng memory ng phone mo. How much more? Sige pa, let's go on. 69,420. My God. Amazing. Merong wow, 64,000 talaga. Grabe. That's the most I've ever seen anyone mention. But great. Thank you for sharing all your answers. Thank you for sharing all your answers. Now, let's go back to my presentation. But imagine how expensive that would be. No, how expensive that would be if you had all those pictures developed into the little pictures. Ang mahal siguro nun. Now, of course, where do those pictures go? They go to Instagram because that's a social media. So I have 3 Instagram accounts. One is my personal account. It's jimbo.reverente. The second one is my business account, which I'm starting up pa lang. I only have 4 posts. It's coach.jimboreverente. And then I have another business. I actually put up a business during this pandemic. It's my BMW restoration shop in Caloocan. It's called SAF Motorsports Philippines. And I also have an account for that in Instagram. So why take a picture? Diba? Parang these days, did it really happen if there's no picture on Facebook or Instagram? So many pictures are being loaded onto Instagram. So many pictures. So much that it's driving global mobile data consumption through the roof. It's increasing, not quite exponentially, but it's not linear. It's really accelerating. No? So when, for example, at this graph, Q1 2014, 2.3. 5 years later, it's 39.6. That's gigabytes, I think. No, tama ba? No, billions of gigabytes, exabytes. Amazing, amazing growth. Now, but in 2012, there's a shift from scarcity with Kodak. Kodak had been around in 2012 for 124 years. At its peak, it had 145,000 employees, and they sold 90% of all the film ever sold in the US. At their peak, they invented the camera, the cheap camera. In 2012, there's a shift from scarcity to abundance. They went bankrupt the same time that Instagram, at 3 years old in 2012, with 13 employees, was purchased by Facebook for $1 billion. Guys, that's 50 billion pesos. A 3-year-old company with 13 employees. There was a shift from scarcity to abundance. They shifted the problem space from the scarcity and expense of film to the abundance of digital storage. Right? So at the very beginning, Kodak was really a chemicals company making the chemicals to and making the film and making the chemicals to develop the film and using the film paper. So it shifted. Now you can take more pictures, and then if you wanted instant pictures, meron then. And then the shift was to digital cameras. But then what's the point if it's not connected to the internet? And then 2012, the iPhone, I think the iPhone 6. You could load up your pictures on Instagram, and that really blew the doors open with respect to the use of cameras and the internet, cameras and phones. So look at Instagram, also had an exponential growth in monthly active users. The end of this graph is 2018. So you're seeing that, that shape of that graph. No, it's acceleration going up. Now, why is it hard to figure out exponential growth and to predict the future with respect to exponential growth? Because we're not built to think exponentially. We're built to think linearly. It's so easy. If I say, okay, take 1 step for 1 meter, and if you take 30 steps, 1 meter each, napakadali, right? They're all IE students. It's so easy to think. Well, obviously 30 meters, diba? But if I asked you, what if you took 30 exponential steps, 30 doubling steps? Your first step is 1 meter, yung kasunod 2, and then 4, 8, 16, etc. Where would you end up after 30 exponential steps? Where would you end up? You know what? You'd end up 1 billion meters away. You'd end up going around the Earth 28 times. And the last 5 steps will take you 97% of the way. Iba talaga ang exponential growth. And that's why people have a hard time predicting what's happening with exponential growth. Because for a long time, technology is deceptive because it's not as good as what's currently available. Right? Matagal lang na-develop yung digital camera, but it was so expensive and bulky. Bakit siya gagamitin? But once it hit that point where, okay na to, it's cheaper than what's out there, it becomes disruptive. Look at this graph of predictions versus reality of photovoltaic power in gigawatts of added capacity per year. The black line is what actually happened. And you see where there are colored lines going to the right? Those are experts making predictions of what's going to happen in terms of growth of PV that year. So you'll see it goes up, and then they make a prediction it's flat. It goes up again. And then the prediction is flat again, and then up, and then up, and then up. And the predictions are always flat. You think after this, it's going to go up? Yes, it will, for sure. But even experts get it wrong. We are at this period, and that red arrow, for many technologies that are experiencing a doubling pattern in terms of their price performance, more and more. And nagpupuk sa likod, gusto kong pukutin. Paki-mute naman yan. Okay. Now, Peter Diamandis wrote this book called Abundance, and he said, this is how technology impacts industries and existing organizations. I suppose he used the letter D kasi last name niya also began with a D, no? But he said there are 6 Ds. And I'll go through these 6 Ds one by one to explain what they mean. So first, information gets digitized. So you can argue that's a car with a computer or an app with 4 wheels. So information gets digitized first, okay? So it can be easily replicated. But technology also is deceptive at the very beginning. It's kind of like a bamboo. The bamboo takes 5 years to grow to its height, at its highest height. Nothing happens in 5 years, but in the last 5 weeks, it grows 25 meters. Same pattern as technology, very deceptive. You don't know it's there until the very last time. And if you're not watching, you'll just get so surprised. After deceptive becomes disruptive. I read my news now on Facebook. I don't buy any more CDs. I subscribe to Spotify. I don't buy any more physical books. I buy a Kindle. And I don't rent videos anymore. I just watch and subscribe on Netflix. Take note, subscription, Spotify and Netflix, and then per use sa Kindle. What happens after disruption is it gets demonetized. The tech causes demonetization. Look at the upper right-hand graph there. It says newspaper versus Google ad sales. Google ad sales now is more than the ad sales in newspapers. Look at the top left. E-book sales already converged versus printed book sales. Advertising revenues for newspapers fell off a cliff, basically went down, even if you include online. Same thing for the music industry. Fell off a cliff. What happens to your desk? It becomes dematerialized. Let's just look at this video that shows all these little physical objects being changed into an app on your laptop. Bulletin board, the fax machine, a blog, the map, Google Maps, your mail, Facebook, calendar, everything reduced to an app. I think even the keys, ang naiwan lang yung shades, right? Everything's an app. Look at how that changed in those few years. It becomes dematerialized because it becomes digital in nature. And lastly, wow, lastly, it becomes democratized. Meaning, when this information is available and cheap and dematerialized, it becomes available to everybody. Democratization happens. If you need information, Google mo, girl, makikita mo. It's available to everybody. Okay, so it really means that anyone can access technology and transform the world with it. Let's go over a few examples. These are just a few of all these converging technologies: 3D printing, AI, blockchain, biotech, augmented reality and virtual reality, drones, battery storage, and solar power, quantum computing, nanotech, autonomous electric cars, and robotics. Let's look at them, a few of them, not all of them, but just let's look at a few examples. 3D printing. For me, this is the promise of 3D printing. I'm sorry. Can you hear my sound? Parang hindi ko na share with sound. Let me stop that and share with sound. It's important to share sound. One moment. Let's do this again. Okay. All right.
Hold on to that. That's it, big girl. There we go.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's probably quite a good thing for you to know.
I don't see you actually immunity.
best in the world. What do you think you'll do with it? You'll scratch. Oh.
That's 3D printing. How about artificial intelligence?
Even in the US, 60% of small businesses, even in the US.
This is Google CEO talking to people in Google during one of their conferences. Sorry, I needed to explain that.
60% of small businesses don't have an online booking system set up. We think AI can help with this problem. So let's go back to this example. Let's say you want to ask Google to make you a haircut appointment on Tuesday between 10 and noon. What happens is the Google Assistant makes the call seamlessly in the background for you. So what you're going to hear is the Google Assistant actually calling a real salon to schedule the appointment for you. Let's listen.
So how can I help you? Hi, I'm calling to book a woman's haircut for a client. I'm looking for something on May 3rd. Sure, give me 1 second. Sure, what time are you looking for around? At 12 p.m. We do not have a 12 p.m. available. The closest we have to that is a 1:15. Do you have anything between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m.? Depending on what service she would like. What service is she looking for? Just a woman's haircut for now. Okay, we have a 10 o'clock. 10 a.m. is fine. Okay, what's her first name? The first name is Lisa. Okay, perfect. So I will see Lisa at 10 o'clock on May 3rd. Okay, great. Thanks. Great. Have a great day. Bye.
That's AI for you. How about autonomous electric cars?
The Hans team will never believe this.
Oh my goodness. Go is the right word. Holy shit. Holy shit. There's no fucking hands on that wheel. Oh my god. What?
It's driving itself.
That's been called the primal scream of humanity meeting technology. This guy rode a Google self-driving electric car for the first time, right? For the first time. That's what happens. Now, what about robots? What about robots?
You broke my heart because I couldn't dance. You didn't even want me around. And now I'm back to let you know I can really shake them down. Do you love me? I can really prove. Do you love me? I'm in the groove. Do you love me? Do you love me? Now that I can dance. Watch me now. Hey. Work it out, baby. Well, you driving me crazy.
Okay, that's a robot. You know, when I was growing up, the first image of robots for me na naging totoo si Arnold Schwarzenegger sa Terminator. Eventually, it got a little better, and then the most recent one that I watched was Westworld. Now, how far away are we from this future if you think about it? When everything, all those technologies converge. Sabi ni Peter Diamandis, the age of exponential technologies will create abundance. The sunniest places in the world are usually the poorest places in the world. What will happen when solar energy is next to free? What will happen when the resources are so cheap it will get to people like that little girl who didn't have a hand? It's exponential organizations that are able to access and manage this abundance. Familiar names: Google, maybe Airbnb, Waze if you're stuck in traffic, Netflix, Tesla, and Duolingo. I'm learning to speak Dutch using Duolingo. Putting those three ideas together, so the fourth industrial revolution with exponential technologies will generate abundance, and it's exponential organizations that can access and manage this abundance. What is an exponential organization? That's a picture of Salim Ismail. He wrote the book Exponential Organizations. And he said an exponential organization, or EXO, is one whose impact or output is at least 10 times larger than that of its industry peers, thanks to the use of new organizational technologies that leverage organizational techniques that leverage accelerating technologies. All right. So, and the formula is this: MTP plus scale plus ideas. These are acronyms. Let me talk about MTP first. MTP stands for a massive transformative purpose. Guys, it's massive and it's transformative, not just purpose, but it's massive and transformative. These are the higher aspirational purpose of the organization. It serves as a guiding principle when key decisions need to be made. So what are features of this MTP? First, it's descriptive of the world. What would the world look like once the MTP has been achieved? Descriptive of the world. It's massive. It's not, local. It's not your barangay. It's massive in nature. It could actually have the potential to impact the world. It's connected to an abundance. How is a new abundance created or an existing abundance drawn upon? It's connected to abundance. And lastly, it's inspiring. In other words, if you shared your MTP with a stranger, would it inspire him or her to get involved? So it's very inspiring. Two examples: Google, their MTP is organize the world's information. It's connected to an abundance of information. It's about the world's information, so not Barangay 177's information. And they mean to have, they're describing a world in the future where it's where all the information is organized. Another is TEDx, ideas worth spreading. It's connected to the abundance of ideas, and it's spread around the world. Everyone can hear the message of TEDx. Here are the other attributes aside from massive transformative purpose. Staff on demand, community and crowd, algorithms, leverage assets and engagement. On the left side, that's to access abundance. On the right side, it's ideas, interfaces, dashboards, experimentation, autonomy, and social technologies. Let's hear from Salim Ismail himself, the author of the book Exponential Organizations, on these EXO attributes.
Here's a Silicon Valley secret you need to know. It might seem as though unicorns like Uber or Airbnb have just been in the right place at the right time. Or maybe it's just luck. But as I've shown with many companies, exponential results can be deliberately engineered. And I'm going to show you how. Take YouTube. They went from being funded by the credit cards of the founder to being acquired by Google for $1.4 billion in less than 18 months. And then there's Instagram. But at the same time as Kodak was shutting down, Instagram gets acquired by Facebook for $1 billion after just 3 years and with 13 employees. These companies are what we call exponential organizations, or EXOs. They have 10 times the impact of their competition. If you're a leader in an organization and you're passionate about building an amazing company, you have an ambition to make this company more than just a way to get by, you should be working on becoming an EXO like YouTube or Instagram. Because if you're not, other people aren't. There are 11 attributes of EXO that I want to share with you. The first and most important is what we call a massive transformative purpose, or your MTP. This is your why. It's what gets you up at 6 a.m. It's what inspires you, what gels a community around you. Next, we have staff on demand. The industrial age is over. Even big companies like AMP are now outsourcing what they can. This makes your company agile, flexible, fast-moving, and super cost-effective. Then you have community and crowd. An EXO builds systems to get the best people to come to you. They learn how to leverage growing communities to scale faster and bigger than at any time in the history of business. The fourth is algorithms. The best EXOs leverage data and algorithms to scale in ways that weren't possible even 5 or 10 years ago. Google's PageRank algorithm earns more than $1 billion a week. UPS saves $1 billion a year by routing 55,000 trucks efficiently with an algorithm. Number 5 is leveraged assets. Own only what's absolutely critical and outsource everything else. Think Airbnb being the largest hotel chain in the world without owning a single property. Or Uber, a taxi company that owns no taxis. And number 6 is engagement. You can track in real time how users are interacting, what's working in your marketing, and get feedback on how to improve and where. You're engineering the behaviors you want from your community. The 7th one is interfaces. Big data is big, and an EXO chooses its data wisely. Filter the external chaos into usable and actionable information. That's how you stay agile while scaling. Number 8 is dashboards. EXOs are very data-driven. Companies like Walmart, who track all inventory and credit card transactions in real time, they know the instant something happens and they can react very fast. Number 9 is experimentation. An EXO is constantly iterating on everything and takes calculated risk to test the boundaries of what's possible. They think, measure, test, iterate, and they do it very, very fast and in real time. 10th is autonomy. The old industrial business model is completely outdated. Zappos employees do absolutely what it takes to keep the customer happy. Mindvalley is a fun, flexible workplace built on love. These are what make an EXO faster and more accountable with amazing morale. And finally, number 11 is social technologies. Social platforms like Slack, Yammer, Chatter that allow EXOs to make fast decisions, leverage community, and enable peer-to-peer interactions. This is a brief rundown of the 11 attributes that would make up an exponential organization. But to become an EXO and you're an existing organization, you need to execute on about 4 of them. If you're a startup, you should be going after all 11. That's the secret.
That's the secret. Now, it's not easy to apply the EXO framework at all. Why is that? It's because the organization's immune system always attacks innovation, because the organization puts in all these processes in place to drive stability. Companies are really not made to innovate. They want standard operating procedures. They want optimal results, right? That's what IEs do. We do time and motion studies to make sure that we use the least amount of resources to maximize, right? But are we taught to innovate? Not always. And when companies are so used to doing what they're doing, just like Kodak, innovation is attacked. The picture you see on the left is the first digital camera. The storage medium was a cassette tape, guys. Guess who invented the first digital camera? If you guess that Kodak itself, that went bankrupt because of digital photography, invented the digital camera, you would be absolutely correct. They themselves invented this, but the inventor within Kodak was asked to hide his invention because it would be a threat to their film business. So how do organizations shift their business models from scarcity to abundance? What if you are a mammoth faced with changing environment? How will you survive? How do you go beyond digital transformation to exponential transformation? That's going to be the topic of the next time I'm asked to give you guys a talk. I'll talk about exponential transformation the next time. I'll show you how companies can change from being a mammoth to an organization that can fly high and see the future, that can go out of its comfort zone, and can respond rapidly to changing market environments. That's for the next time. We're almost out of time. So again, my name is Coach Jimbo Reverente. I'm from the Rizal Academy for Innovation Leadership. You can find me on LinkedIn. You can search Jimbo Reverente and I'll accept your connection request. I'm also on Instagram at jimbo.reverente or coach.jimbo-reverente. I'm also on Facebook, obviously. You can contact me on my mobile. That's my email, jimbo@rizalacademy.com. Our website is Rizal Academy. Maraming salamat sa UPLB IESO. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. And that is my student number, 8615312. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much po, sir. That talk made me realize how technology really has come far, and it was really insightful po.
Guys, I never took the board. Wala pang board exam noon. Nahihiya ako when you label engineer Jimbo Reverente kasi, I didn't pass the board. But I'll welcome it anyway kasi in my heart, I'm an industrial engineer. So I think we have time for questions, right? And there's a link to a survey form. If you don't mind clicking on it, I would really, really appreciate it. You can give me feedback on what you think went well during my talk, what you think needs improvement, and your key takeaways. So there's a link on the chat box. If you click on that, you'll get to a survey form. See, I think we have time for questions, right, guys?
This is the next portion
Yes,
po is
po.
question and answer portion po.
So after that wonderful talk, I'm sure that some of our participants have some questions in mind and some new insights to be discussed and opened up. So you can ask our speaker about your questions through Slido with the code 137168. I repeat, 137168. Or you can access it through the link provided in the chat box.
Okay po, sir. So now let us start the questions. So our first question po is, what is the best way to utilize technology now that we are in a digital setup and technology plays a huge part in our everyday lives? Again, what is the best way to utilize technology now that we are in a digital setup and technology plays a huge part in our everyday lives?
Great question. For me, I believe the technology can solve the world's biggest problems. That's how I want technology to be used. There's so many movies and books written about dystopian futures, right? Dystopian futures, yung mga Divergent, Convergent, ganyan. Even Star Wars, medyo dystopian in the future. I like Star Trek better. For me, the vision of Star Trek, where number one, there's no more money. People just do what they're good at, right? And there's no hunger. For me, that's the best use of technology. Work to eliminate hunger, work to eliminate poverty, work to eliminate a poverty mindset, right? For me, that's the best use of technology. And I was mentioning to John earlier, what if you could earn 1 peso from 1 billion people? 1 peso each lang from 1 billion people. That's still 1 billion pesos, right? That's the power of technology. You can become exponential. Sige, on to the next question. Sana I answered that to the delight of the one who asked the question.
So for the next question po, in your opinion, what societal factor can an exponential organization have the most impact?
What society?
I repeat.
Wow. Right.
Yes,
So, okay.
what societal sector?
What societal sector? Like the poor? Ganyan? Sector ba yan? Are we talking about the sector in society? Yeah. So for me, you may have an opinion about the digital ID, whether or not it's a surveillance tool. I really look at it as a way to have a database of our people so that we know who to give ayuda to, right? For me, we should be able to really support those who need cash. I watched this TED Talk that said poverty is not a lack of character. Poverty is a lack of cash. That when you're poor, you make poor decisions also, right? Because you don't have a mindset of abundance. You don't have a mindset of a week from now, a year from now, a month from now, a year from now. You're only thinking about your next meal when you're poor. A lack of cash. So if we're able to identify who the cash can go to, whether it's a conditional cash transfer or not. These are my DOF, Department of Finance biases, no? But if we can give, for example, targeted cash assistance to people who are poor, conditional, unconditional, without fraud and pork barrel, diba? so that my taxes, I know my taxes will go to the people who need it the most. For me, that's the best use of technology if we use it to serve the poor. May bias tayo for the poor. Sige. Next question.
Next question po. Why does outsourcing work so well for exponential companies as compared to insourcing? Again, why does outsourcing work so well for exponential companies as compared to insourcing?
Okay. So that's the staff on demand. No? I really don't, although Salim mentioned outsourcing, I really see it as access to the world's best talent. During the pandemic, the concept of people having to go to the office has changed, no? And we're lucky if you're a knowledge worker, you don't really have to go to the office. Now, if you don't have to go to the office, will there be an expense for large offices that are sometimes monuments to the company's ego? Or will you be able to shift the resources you spend on a building, corriente, security, everything, the cement needed to build that building? Can't you shift that to sourcing the best talent from wherever you are, wherever they are in the world? So, you know, I heard someone say that location is the next diversity frontier, right? Meaning, if I'm located, let's say in UP Los Baños, I establish a company there. What's to stop me from working with someone in on a project basis with someone who lives in Mindanao or Hong Kong or South Africa or India or Bangladesh, all these poor nations that have great talent? Does it matter where you live? That's the next diversity barrier for me. So if you think about it as outsourcing, you can have that lens, right? Versus insourcing. But if you have access to talent, it's like you're making a movie. Think about your work now as making a movie instead of having a fixed number of people all the time. It's like making a movie. You're the producer, you have a director, you have the actors, you have the cinematographer. When the shoot is done, okay, done. Let's move on to the next movie, right? You, as a talent, you can work now with anyone in the world. Do you really want to be tied to one employer? You can offer your services to whoever. Diba? So for me, that's the benefit of staff on demand, of that EXO attribute. So again, next question. I hope I answered that also adequately.
So for the next question po, how does technology help industry, especially during the pandemic?
Okay. Wow. How does it help industry? How does it help education? It allows us to get connected still. No? When was the last time that the Southern Tagalog Industrial Engineers conference was held? Was it held in person in a big auditorium? Yeah?
Yes.
First time to know. Right. Okay.
Yes, po.
So if you attended, you had to go to was it held in UPLB or somewhere else? Where was it held?
Po sa UPLB din po siya ginagawa.
It was held in UPLB. Okay. You had to go to UPLB, transport cost. You had to go, had to buy some food. The organizers had to pay for the venue, electricity, everything, rental, everything. How has it helped? It drove down costs. There's disruption that happened. You know what disrupted business travel?
Meron ng Black Widow, di ba? Ewan ko.
Hindi Black Widow yung nagano. It's Zoom. Zoom yung nag-disrupt sa business air travel. Hindi Black Widow, guys. Saan galing yun? Black Widow. Digital photography disrupted Kodak, right? Let me throw back at you. What did Kodak disrupt? What did photography disrupt? Do you know? Hosts. I'll throw the picture to you. Anong disrupt ng Kodak? Di ba Kodak got disrupted by Instagram and digital photography? Who did Kodak disrupt naman in turn? Do you remember? Do you have an idea?
Paintings, mga drawings.
Absolutely correct, Carmela. Ang na-disrupt nun yung mga pintor. How long did, di ba when you took a photo, when it just used to be only rich people who could afford to have portraits taken, di ba? And you had to sit still for hours while the painter would paint, di ba? You had to sit still for hours. Siyempre, mayaman lang ang could afford it. Why? You're sitting still. Kung mahirap ka, nagtatrabaho ka eh. You don't have time to sit still to have a portrait, to have a painting made of you. With photography, anyone could have a portrait taken. Poor and rich people. And then Kodak itself got disrupted by digital photography. So lahat yan, technological disruption. Okay, guys? So, walking was disrupted by the wheel. The horse was disrupted by the car. Right? It's technological disruption. And with exponential technologies happening, converging all at the same time, it's going to be much more rapid. Okay. Live shows. Matagal na na-disrupt yung live shows. I'm not sure what kind of live shows you're talking about, pero matagal na na-disrupt yan. Tignan nyo yung number 5 or number 6 most. Look at the digital report, Digital Philippines 2021. Look at the number 5 or 6 most used website. Alam na. Okay, next question.
Okay po. For our next question po, what advice can you give an aspiring entrepreneur who would want to apply the techniques of an exponential organization to ensure that business would be able to cope with rapidly changing technology? Again, what advice can you give an aspiring entrepreneur who would want to apply the techniques of an exponential organization to ensure the business would be able to cope with rapidly changing technology?
Haba naman ang tanong ngayon. Pero simple lang ang sagot, guys. Number 1, you have to. So, in my consulting work, I use 2 tools. One is the business model canvas, and the whole value proposition canvas and all that stuff. And then the EXO canvas. Meron din silang ginawang canvas yung EXO. You put that together, you're able to design an exponential or abundance-oriented business model. And apply, if you're an aspiring entrepreneur, apply all the EXO attributes, okay? Because if you work on designing a sustainable business, it's not necessarily scalable if you're using analog tools. Okay, you may make money, but you can't scale it up, okay? So you use exponential technologies to help you scale, but you need to use the EXO attributes, okay? For me, if you can solve widespread problems, okay? Widespread problems, and turn a solution into a tool, right? From a solution that you provide to a tool that can be used by anyone, anytime, anywhere. If you're able to digitize your solution or digitize your content, the information you want to share, then there are no limits to scalability. There are different business models out there already now. Instead, for example, of selling you a thumb drive for storage, I'll sell you, or even for free to a certain point, G Drive or Dropbox. So you shift the problem space from a product to a service. Instead of selling you a car to take you from point A to point B, I'll sell you a service like Grab or Uber before, or Angkas, or Lalamove, take it from point A to point B. Okay, you shift the problem space from a product to a service. You can also create ecosystems, right? A digital ecosystem like Google starts with search, and then you have all these other things that, like Gmail, Google Maps, the Google Play Store, etc. Or it's a software or hardware, a hardware ecosystem, right? So you have maybe your initial is an iPhone, and then you have an iPod, an iMac, everything else, your iCloud, all surrounded and working seamlessly as one. No, that's an ecosystem. Or you could shift, instead of selling a product, you could develop a platform that matches buyers and sellers. Grab is a platform, riders and drivers. Even eBay or Amazon Marketplace, you match buyers and sellers. You're in the middle, you're selling the platform, people, and you attract both buyers and sellers. Like Lazada now used to be just they sell their own products. Now so many people may sell in Lazada, right? So it becomes digital. There are no limits to scale. Airbnb. If Marriott wanted to build a new hotel, it would take 3 years. They have to buy the land, put up the cement, right? Build another hotel. Airbnb, their marginal cost of supply is almost zero. It almost costs nothing to add another room to be rented out in Palawan, in Boracay, in Bohol, all these tourist places. Airbnb, people just go to Airbnb, travelers go to Airbnb, you sit in the middle. Ang labanan, hindi na sa product. Minsan, ang labanan, nasa business model. Okay, so it's business model, innovation ang labanan, hindi na sa product. I hope I answered that question. Sige na. Si Black Widow na.
So, for our last question po. So,
right.
what can the Philippine government or relevant agencies do to hasten or encourage the development of exponential organizations?
I would say support incubators. Make it easy also to register a business. No, in some places it takes 2 hours. In some countries in the world, it takes a few hours to set up a business. Now I know you can set up a one-person corporation to start, and then you can change your corporate. But make it easy for entrepreneurs to start businesses. Develop the startup ecosystem. Have more incubators. Have more capital flow so that people with talent and great ideas can get funding. Mentor startups better. That's also one of my goals. One of my goals is to mentor startups better. In fact, if you contact me, you have a business idea, I'll spend 1 hour with you just to talk about your business idea. If you contact me via jimbo@rizalacademy.com, let's talk about your business idea. If you want it to be exponential, let's see what can happen.
Okay, so if anyone wants to do that, you can do that. With that, this concludes the question and answer portion for this session. So thank you, sir, Mr. Reverente, for providing
Just
your
call me
insights.
Jimbo. Coach Jimbo is fine.
Okay, thank you, Coach Jimbo, for providing your insights and for the participants for those questions.
A reminder that to be able to answer the attendance form, codes would be flashed on the screen, so make sure to screenshot and save it.
So now let us take a look at our second code for today. So our second code is #configure. Again, #configure. So make sure to screenshot and save it. We will give you 1 minute. So the time is 5:30 and we will proceed at 5:31. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Don't forget to fill in the survey form. Thanks. Bye, guys. Good luck.
So, sana na-screenshot nyo ng lahat. So, we would now proceed for the awarding of the certificate. Mr. Coach Jimbo, andyan po kayo?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes po. May we call you on again and allow us to read.
Black Widow. Nakakapulabong talaga.
And allow us to read the contents of the certificate awarded. So, The University of the Philippines Los Baños Industrial Engineering Students Organization presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Jose Manuel P. Reverente for being one of the speakers in the 12th Southern Tagalog Industrial Engineering Seminar with the theme Recalibrate, Configure Industries, Programming the Future Towards Advanced Engineering, given the 15th day of May 2021 via Zoom. Signed by our President, Mr. James Dwight Dorongon, and Ms. Josefa Angeli D. Revilla, Senior Advisor.
So thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Coach Jimbo. It certainly is insightful to hear more about your exponential organizations and the rise of it in our economy today.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate the appreciation. Bye. Thank you so much.
Sir, wait lang po.
Sir. Yes po.
Sige, game.
Picture po.
So maybe call on a representative from our SEC team. Hello po.
SEC team, hello po.
So, okay, on 3. 1, 2, sorry. Again, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hey guys, have a good night.
Have a good night po.
So now is the time you have all been waiting for, the announcement of winners for the main activity. The winners for this activity would receive 100% self-paced YB discount voucher from AskLex PH Academy.
AskLex PH Academy is the leading and multi-awarded value-added training and consulting firm specializing in internationally accredited and recognized Lean Six Sigma, Kaizen, project management, innovation and analytics competency, development and certification programs. This company offers Lean Six Sigma, Yellow, Green, and Black Belts, project management fundamental certification, certified quality internal auditor for ISO 9001-2015, certified Kaizen professional, certified design sprint professional for innovation, certification data analyst, certified workplace leader, and many more.
So for the winners for our main activity, they were selected by our very own STIES heads. So ready na ba kayo malaman kung sino? Partner? Sino?
Naalala ko, ready na ba kayo makita si Jollibee?
Ready na ba kayo makita si Jollibee?
Ready na ba kayo makita ang winners? Ayan. Imbis na si Jollibee yung winners yung pinanip.
Alright, so
sino nga ba ang winners?
So, and the winners are, drumroll please.
Kami na lang magdadama.
Rizal Technological University. Yeah,
So, once again, you two.
So thank you so much for participating in our activity, and please wait for our marketing team to contact you all. Once again, thank you for participating and congratulations, RTU. You just
So ano nga
won.
ba yung napanalunan nila?
Ano nga ba?
So once again, both of you would receive a 100% self-paced YB discount voucher from AskLex PH Academy.
So
Another 100%.
Yeah, again, AskLex PH Academy is the leading and multi-awarded value-adding training and consulting firm specializing in internationally accredited and recognized Lean Six Sigma, Kaizen, project management, innovation and analytics competency, development and certification programs. This company offers Lean Six Sigma Yellow, Green, and Black Belts Project Management Fundamentals Certification, Certified Quality Internal Auditor for ISO 9001-2015, Certified Kaizen Professional, Certified Design Sprint Professional for Innovation, Certification Data Analyst, Certified Workplace Leader, and more.
So once again, congratulations to all the winners. Ang galing nyo naman, Rizal Technological University.
Yes, again, very congratulations. So before we end, we would like you to take the final screenshot for your attendance forms. Now let us take a look at our last code for today. So our last code is hashtag recalibrate. Again, hashtag recalibrate. So make sure to screenshot and save it. The time now is 5:37 and we will proceed pag 5:38 na.
Biluin niyo yun, yung code. Yun pa yung lagi niyo nakikita.
Tama ka dyan, partner.
Siya pa yung kanina pa sa screen, then nasa Zoom background nating lahat. So, wala lang, nakakatuwa.
Spotlight po kay partner. Sayo ka lang dyan.
Hindi. Ang taas ng energy ko ngayong hapon kung kailan padulo na. Lalo tumataas. Kanina mataas. Kanyari, nandito kanina, di ba? Mataas na. Tapos pinagumana.
Di ba? It's very unusual from seminars kasi di ba usually pag nandito yung energy mo,
pagdating mo dito, mamaya na.
Hanggang dito pa rin. Yan. Pagtagal, hanggang dito pa rin yung energy mo. Pero ngayon, itong styles talaga from pocket siya.
Woo! Effect ba? Dahil host tayo.
Okay, so it's 5:38 now. Let us proceed with the program.
So, it is finally time for my favorite session besides the speaker's talk. Since I love keeping memories, what better way than to take a picture with all of you today? So, it is now time for the picture-taking session.
And so to our dearest participants, please open your cameras and we will be taking a snapshot on a count of 3. Since sobrang dami nga natin, let's give our technical team some time to take pictures of each page. So please, every time they'll count down ngiti kayo because we're not sure kung anong page kayo.
So after the picture taking, we will be publishing the pictures on our Facebook at Southern Ties by UPLB ISO, Instagram at UPLB ISO 2001, and Twitter at UPLB ISO account.
And representative from our SEC team, please do the honors.
Open your cameras, guys. Hindi naman kayo.
So, meron tayong 6 pages. So, sa first page, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next page. Okay, 7 pages na pala. Second page, 1, 2, 3, smile. Third page, 1, 2, 3. Fourth page, 1, 2, 3. Fifth page, 1, 2, 3. Kaya pa. Sixth page, 1, 2, 3. Okay, last page. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, so share us some great takeaways from the program and use hashtag STIES2021bbb and hashtag recalibrate to get some mentions from us.
All right, remember to like at UPLB ISO on Facebook and on Twitter, and follow at UPLB ISO 2001 on Instagram to get more updates on our upcoming events.
Wait lang, partner. Wow. Sino itong may naka-raise hand? Si Miss Angelica.
Yes po, Miss Angelica.
I think misclick lang.
Sige. So, we're finally down to our last, diba sabi ko na, I've always loved taking pictures and it was such a memorable day today. Siyempre, unang spice natin. And I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our speakers who were willing to share their knowledge with us today.
And let us not forget our partners who actively participated and made this event much more enjoyable and amazing.
So as much as we want to stay forever, charot, wala
forever.
We have to put this event to a close.
So may we call on Mr. James Dwight Dorongon, the president of UPLB ISO, for the closing remarks.
Hello, rinig na ba ako? Okay lang ba yung audio ko?
Yes po, yes po.
Hi everyone. Sana kayo payo. I hope we are all doing a great job right now. It is our great pleasure to have all of you here with us today for the 12th Southern Tagalog Industrial Engineering Seminar by the University of the Philippines, Los Baños Industrial Engineering Students Organization. Amid the current global crisis, we are delighted to be able to organize such event in this online platform. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are all pleased to have heard discussions from agile and lean thinking, business process optimization, exponential organizations, digital transformation, product innovation, e-commerce, and technopreneurship. This event with the theme Recalibrate, Configuring Industries, Programming the Future Towards Advanced Engineering has indeed expanded the frontier of knowledge in industrial engineering. As aspiring industrial engineers, we are indeed capable to adapt to every industry for the improvement, development of systems and processes. On behalf of UPLB ISO, I would like to thank all of you for spending your time here with us in this event. We hope that your participation and attendance in this seminar has been of extremely valuable and that you appreciate the opportunity to learn from our esteemed speakers. To our sponsors, thank you for your generous and kind contribution for today's event. We also would like to extend our gratitude and appreciation. Thank you so much for all your presentations and imparting your knowledge here with us in this event. Next, heads Ali, Jansen, Jom, and Omel. Thank you for your dedication in preparation for this event. To my org mates, the UPLB ISO, thank you all for putting up amidst the vast academic requirements. I wish you all well physically and mentally. UPLB ISO, I would like to call this seminar to a close. Once again, thank you for joining us here in STIES 12.
Yan. So once again, thank you for attending this event and remember to answer our feedback form in the chat box. Tapos na siya.
Mag-emote na ako. Charot. So I guess this is goodbye. Once again, this has been Carmela Charis Arpia.
And Joaquin Serafin Agoncillo. And thank you and have a great evening. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much for coming. Oh my God. Sana na-enjoy nyo kahit sa buka ko or comment. Oh my God. Yeah.
Tama. Bakit? Magpakilala ka nga, Black Widow. Please lang, para naman ayaw mo. Nandito ka pa ba, Black Widow?
Manatili ka sa aming alaala.
Pati shoutout po sa nag-chat ng 69420. Ang tapang nyo po.
Shoutout po sa UPLB ISO. Batchies. Hello. Famous shoutout.
Again, congratulations RTU for winning the main activity.
Congratulations sa mga winners. Ang gaganda ng presentation nyo din. Yung prizes nyo, ang gaganda din. Hindi na kapalata minggit siya.
Tagasan tong nag-69 for 20. Nasaan ka? At nag-UFL.
Salamat po sa inyo. Thank you. Wow, hi Waki daw oh.
Hi Miss Nicole Faith.
Wow.
Baba, mga ayaw pa mag-CRVsan. Yeah, sabagay. I don't blame them naman. They want to join us. Go lang.
Mamimiss ako yung chat.
Guys, join na next year. Meron pa next year.